Hey, what's going on, guys? Once again, I'm very sorry because I seem to have done something to my computer, so I don't know if you can hear me right now. So just let me know if you can hear me in the stream chat. What's going on, Ayum, Chris, Flames, Jumpfold, Brandon, Raikage, Flames, Jas. Okay, I'm assuming you can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, so today, today I wasn't gonna stream because I really wanted to finish off Yakuza, but Tom Brady reached out to me and he said that he had some things that he wanted to talk about to the community, and it was with regards to FGC content creation and being a pro player. So I said, all right, cool. Let's have the conversation because Tom's been in the scene for a very very long time, and he's changed my headset, bro. I just messaged my friend to like build me a new computer. So what I've done is I've actually got Tekken on. So if anyone wants to join the lobby whilst me and Tom are having this conversation, is it reverberating? Is it that bad? Does it sound that bad? um, I will try and fix things. It's not been the best week for me. I'm telling you, I've destroyed my computer and everything. Like I basically started sulking because couldn't get something working, couldn't figure it out, and then I like ended up breaking everything. So it's been great. But if you guys want to join the lobby, Tom's gonna be here in about half an hour. The passcode for the lobby in Tekken is 1234, and the session name is MK Tom Brady. He's gonna come and talk about some stuff that's been going on in the MK community, I think, and then talk about FGC content creation, money, people's journeys. So I'm going to let him lead the conversation. But before he shows up, I guess we should talk about something else in the meantime. We've got some people joining the lobby. Let me see what, yeah. So we'll talk about some other stuff in the meantime. God of Destruction when? I don't know, but I haven't been playing Tekken very much. I'll be real with you, I haven't been playing Tekken very much at all. But I will get there eventually. I will get there eventually. Um, my mic sounds fluffy. Let me see. Audio. I think I know what the issue is. Okay. My mic should sound better now, right? Hopefully, if I didn't fuck it up even more. Thank you, Khalil. I had it on the wrong setting. So I guess one of the things that I want to talk about is I made a video, and it was a video that was clipped. And then we'll talk about this whilst we're waiting for Tom to join. It was a video that was clipped from my live stream, and it was regarding Maximilian. Now, there was some comments in there that I found quite baffling. So there's a lot of like regulars that come to the stream. I assume some of the people that don't comment that are watching, maybe you were one of the people that that saw it. There were some people in there that saw that video as an attack on Max, which I was baffled about since I ended up agreeing with him 90% of the time. I was really, really confused. And I went back and watched it and I was like, did I attack Maximilian? I watched it and I was like, I didn't. I agreed with 90% of what he said. And there were some people in there that were like trying to make out like I was trying to start a beef with Max. And I was like, so I'm just going to make something clear. I'm going to make something clear to everyone because everyone's entitled to their opinion. I don't mind if people like Max or dislike Max. That's up to them. If you ask me for my personal opinion on Max, I think Max is one of the best fighting game content creators, if not the best one that we have. He's done so much for the scene. I know people might not like him for certain things. I read some of your comments. They're not things that I agree with personally. My only pushback on what Max said is that as a Soul Calibur and a Tekken player, it's a bit difficult for me to go back and play those old games because as I showed you guys in the video, there's no one playing Soul Calibur 5. As I went on, there's no one playing it. And Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 7 have really bad netcodes. They're almost unplayable at times. Sometimes you get a good match. So that was my only pushback. And some people like, oh, Max trying to start something with Max. I ain't trying to start shit with Max. Also, there were people in there calling him a shill, saying he doesn't criticize anything. I've seen Max criticizing things. As a matter of fact, Max criticized Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite so much that he decided to go and make his own version of it, right? He went and made his own version of it. So I don't really understand why people were saying that he doesn't criticize anything. It was a bit like, come on, guys. I mean, yeah, there's things obviously you can push back on, but it was not a hate video against Max at all. It was not an opportunity. I wasn't calling him a show or anything. I really couldn't understand. Also, this lag in this match is absolutely abysmal. This is what playing Tekken 7 is like half the time. Good Lord. This lag is tragic. I think they stepped away from each other. So yeah, I don't really understand that notion. But if there's any of you that were watching the video, then and you have some sort of pushback, like I said, I'm always welcoming to people on the stream that are watching. I don't know what these guys are doing, but we're not watching this match. I'll let you guys know if they start fighting each other. I'm always welcoming to people that want to jump on the stream or whatever and offer their criticisms from my content or someone else's content or anything really. So if there is anyone watching that thought that I was, the match disconnected. Yeah, you can jump on and we can have that conversation. I couldn't understand it. It was really, really baffling to me. I really couldn't understand where people were coming from with that one. Yeah, I think DNA that was in the thing disconnected. Oh, we got a Tekken God that's just joined. Ayum. Should be a good fight. So yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about was there's been quite a few of you messaging me saying, why won't you debate True Underdog? I can't force the man to debate me. Firstly, I don't even know what there really is to talk about. At this point, I really don't know what there is to really talk about. I was mentioned on the Combat Kings comments section, and I said I'm game to talk to him. I'm happy to talk to him. I have not made any personal attacks on him at all. I just attacked his points and his content. So everyone that is messaging me expecting me to tear his throat out, that's not why I invite people on to do these live streams. I'd normally invite them on so that we can have the conversation and see if there's any middle ground that can be made. Obviously, there's certain people that you don't get on with and you have arguments with, but yeah, the title said Max is right, and somehow people took that as an attack. I don't know how people hear things. Debate fighting GM. I don't even. What would me and fighting GM even talk about? I watched him make those comments about King J, which I thought were completely unfair. Regardless of what you might think about Lee, for example, which is what the disagreement was over, the things that he said about King J was not cool. It's also baseless and ridiculous. And also, he made some. King J was referencing some comments about fighting GM, saying that people don't support him, people don't like him, or some shit like that. And I really hate it when content creators do that shit. I think that you should build a community that wants to support you organically. I don't think you should be asking other content creators to help you or host you or anything. It's great when they do. I think it's great when they do, but King J don't owe him anything, and also King J hosted him as well at one point. King J hosted fighting GM, so I don't know where that attack came from. He seems to be very precious about Lee, so it's a character at the end of the day. I mean, like I've played characters before that people have said, "Oh, Mike, they're really powerful," blah blah blah, and I haven't thought so. It's their opinion. I'm not gonna get bent out of shape about it. The reason why is because Fighting GM did that to himself. The thing is, I've always known who Fighting GM is, obviously being part of the Tekken community for a long time. I'm aware of who he is, but I just thought it was a really weird, really weird thing to say. It felt more like he was just trying to start something with Jay. I said to Jay, bro, don't let people drag you like that, man. People talking shit about you, drag them. Don't let people talk shit about you like that. King Jay's caught some flack recently. People saying that he's complaining a lot about X, Y, and Z. As far as I can see, and I'm not just saying this because he's my friend, because I've had him on the live stream before and we've disagreed about things. He's been on the money about quite a lot of things. He has been on the money. I have to give it to him. What happened to Bernard? The reason. Wait, I got banned from his chat for just chilling. What? You can ban somebody for just chilling? I don't understand. Hey, what's going on still, Warhammer? Yeah, Tom is coming. He's just texted me saying he's taking his kid to practice something. I can't remember what it was, maybe basketball. And then he's going to jump on and he's going to take us through what he wants to talk about. So I'm really going to let Tom guide this conversation. I'm going to let him take it wherever he wants. I'm sure he's going to say some stuff about Mortal Kombat. He's probably got some war stories from back in the day when he used to compete. And then I think he's just going to talk about FGC content creation and the scene in general. And Tom's an OG. He's an OG. I consider myself an OG at this point. I feel like a bit of a dinosaur within the scene. But Tom's like what came before the dinosaurs? Tom's the lava. Just before the dinosaurs, got just the lava on the floor. He's been there for so long. So I'm just going to let him take the conversation in whatever direction he wants. Also, just to address something else whilst we're waiting for Tom, if me and True Underdog did ever have a conversation on live stream, although I am okay with having people on, I'd have all of you on if you disagreed with me and we can talk. Some people are not comfortable with that. So if I did have him on, I'm not going to do an ambush thing because I've seen some of the things that you guys say about him. I know you don't like his content. So I wouldn't invite people on to make it like an ambush thing unless he was happy to speak to people. So, but that's just to answer the question. I don't think the conversation between me and True Underdog will happen. To be honest, MK content creation so free compared to everyone else. Is just when the game is bad, it sucks. Yeah, I watched Super's video. And I feel kind of bad for the MK content creators. It's kind of a shame that it's what's happened to MK1. I'll be honest, True Underdog is dope. I love his content, but the takes on that video had be telling everybody you're Jesus. Yeah, I'm not a fan of True Underdog's content, but that's fine. Not everyone's going to be a fan of everyone's content. I'm sure there's loads of people that are not a fan of my content. So look at that King combo. Damn. I bought donuts. Hey, share them around, bro. Share them around. When Tom gets it, we're going to be locked in for a good old story. Joey with the $9.99. Thank you, Joey. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that. You are killing it. Thanks for the content. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, bro. And Happy New Year to everybody in the stream on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. We're now streaming in 3 places, so that's kind of cool. This is kind of weird because I'm using StreamYards, and you can't stream PlayStation to StreamYard. So what I've done is I've opened OBS in full screen and then streamed StreamYards over to OBS for it to pick up for you guys to watch this. So a little bit of a workaround. What's going on, Izzy? How you doing, bro? Happy New Year, Nico Layo. Am I saying that right? Oh, we've got a bit of Fengwei representing. And obviously, if you guys have any questions for Tom, if we miss them, then we will try to go back and look through whatever you guys are talking about. We'll try to get people involved if you have any questions for him. I know Tom's always happy to talk to people in the community, so we'll make that happen tonight as well. And just to let you guys know, tomorrow is going to be the first stream that I do called Martial Monday. And that's hopefully going to be every Monday. They're not going to be super long live streams like we usually do, because usually I stream for like 4 to 6 hours. They're probably going to be like 2-hour live streams, and it's going to basically be every Monday. And I don't know how long I'll keep this going. Is we're going to watch a really old martial arts film, like some of my favorite old like Shaw Brothers films. The good martial arts films from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So I'm going to be watching them on live stream, and then what I'll do is, the people that are there to watch them live, obviously they'll see it, and then I will put those live streams in the members area because I don't think YouTube appreciates them just being out there because they're films. So we'll be doing that every Monday. Just because I have a deep love for martial arts films. So I'll be picking a random one. There's about I've basically put 600 of them into a backlog. So there's going to be no shortage of content on that. I also have to be careful with which films I select, because there's certain films like the Street Fighter film, I don't think that's one we can get away with watching. There's certain films we can get away with watching. So I've got a whole list. So if you're into old school martial arts films, then every Monday we'll look to do that. Yeah, we're going to be going through Shaw Brothers films. There's a bunch of stuff that I've got in my bookmarks that we're going to go through. The first film, what was it called again? Let me have a look. The first film, I think it's Kung Fu of 7 Steps. 7 Steps of Kung Fu. That might be the first film that we watch. Black Dynamite, we probably can't get away with watching Black Dynamite, bro. I'll be real with you. We probably can't get away with watching Black Dynamite. Well, I would love to watch Black Dynamite with you guys. I really would. 5 Deadly Venoms is on the list. It's on the list. Yep, don't worry. What else have I put in? I've put some other stuff. I think we'll rewatch Super Ninja. So I don't know how this. Yeah, that doesn't look too choppy from OBS. Looks all right. Kung Fu Hustle. I don't know if you can get away with Kung Fu Hustle. It depends on I think the licensing and things like that. So I will announce one every week that we'll watch. There's loads of them though. There's even ones that I've never heard of before. Snake in the Monkey Shadow. That sounds familiar. It might be on the list. Like I said, I've ticked off about 600. So for the next 2 years, we've got plenty of films to watch. Again, I'm going to do the first stream tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes, because we're watching films on YouTube. So I don't know how YouTube is going to take that. But from what I've been told by somebody, these particular films should be okay. So we'll definitely be doing that. And then so there's gonna be another live stream, and it's gonna feature some girls in the fighting game community. One of the confirmed participants is Mrs. Playstuff, which I'm sure you guys have all heard of her before, the Nina player. So she's gonna be on here potentially next week, and so will Icy Mim, and some other girls in the FGC, and some like Final Fantasy content creators. Ellie will be here as well. You know, Ellie's a Counter-Strike and Overwatch player, and I think now Marvel Rivals, so she'll be on here. And I'm gonna be talking to the girls about their experiences in the FGC, and just having a conversation so they can sort of like give their, tell some stories, give their takes on their experiences. Because I think it's important to include them in these conversations. And then I've got some other streams coming up, but I won't speak about those for now. I've still got to finalize some stuff. So there's going to be a lot more streaming this year. There'll still be same amount of videos as there always is. But I want to make sure that I'm putting out videos that are of some value. Like the Maximilian video that I put up, it was clipped from a live stream, so it wasn't an original video. So I don't want to do too many of those. Kung Fu Hustle is amazing, bro. I love Kung Fu Hustle. I'd love to do Shaolin Soccer as well, but certain films I don't think you can get away with. And then you guys were asking me about the Down Bad streams. The Down Bad streams will be coming back very, very soon, potentially next week. We're going to start with Doki Doki, whatever it was called, literature. I downloaded it. I haven't played it yet, though. I think it said Doki Doki Literature Club or something like that. So that will be potentially this week or next week. Also, I've just had a look at the live stream. Is Tekken a little bit choppy for you lot? Is it coming out a little bit choppy on when you're watching it on YouTube? It looks a little bit choppy on my phone. This is the first time that I'm testing doing it from StreamYards. It is. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay, cool. Do you know what it is? I think that some of the settings are kind of messed up right now because I tell you guys what I did right whilst we're waiting for Tom to get here is I actually ended up breaking a bunch of things. All right, what I'll do is I'll put some other stuff on in the background in the meantime. Basically, what happened is I woke up in the morning. You know, sometimes you wake up, you go on your PC, and the settings have just changed. This was on 1st of January, so I'm assuming Adobe Premiere Pro had like an update or something. So I get on my PC, the settings have changed, and I got really angry because I couldn't fix it, and I started like hitting loads of buttons like a child, like an immature child. And then I called King J because he's really good at Adobe Premiere Pro, and he was like, "Bro, relax, I'll help you." And then my brother came home. My brother's really good at Adobe, and he managed to fix it. So yeah, I started behaving like a child, unfortunately. But I will fix it. We'll try to get up and running again. I'll put something on in the background for you guys to watch in the meantime, whilst we're waiting for Tom to get here. Classic gamer rage. Yeah, dude, you know, I don't even rage on games. I never get angry on games, but on when it comes to editing, because I hate editing. Editing is the one thing that I hate doing. Hate editing, bro. Absolutely hate it. And I guess that was my fuse. That was the end of the road for me. What's going on, Awa? Mike, what do you use to stream from PS5? Usually I use OBS, but because we're doing a discussion with Tom today, I'm using StreamYards. Why do I hate editing? Bro. Do you know what we'll do whilst we're waiting for Tom to get here? I will play some of my old Soul Calibur. Actually, do you know what? I've got an old set on here between me and King J. I've got an old set of Soul Calibur 5. No, is it Soul Calibur? No, it's Soul Calibur 6 of me and King J playing. This is ages ago. This is ages ago. So why do I hate editing? Bro, it's so time consuming sometimes. And my videos are very simple to edit, but sometimes when I'm trying to do some extra stuff on the side, it can be a little bit annoying. Holoverse sounds lit. That's what my channel used to be called. It used to be called Holoverse. And then I just changed it to my name. But that is also why, that's another reason why I was like, I want to kind of make my content about discussions, because I really commend people like Yaya or some of the guys in the Sparky Zero community, like President Rose, with their editing. They really like put a lot of effort into their editing. I'm like, bro, I can't stand editing. Can't stand it. Holoverse sounded dope though. My friends were telling me to bring back Holoverse, but do it as like a segmented thing. This is when I first opened the channel though. Like no one knew who I was, and I don't think the name was catching on very well. Is it possible for you to play Ninja Gaiden 2? It's like watching bloody. Well, I don't have an Xbox anymore, so. What's going on, Zinks? How are you doing? Soul Calibur 6 was all right. Like it was, it had heat like Tekken 8, which really put me off. I feel like editing is the most fun part. Nah, the most fun part for me is recording it and then talking to you guys. That's why you always find me in the comment section chatting to people, or you'll find me on Twitter talking to people, even when, you know, maybe we disagree. Cancel stream and let's hop on a game afterwards, bro. We could finish off backrooms afterwards. But yeah, I enjoy making the video and then reading the comments and interacting with people. Editing for me, bro, least favorite part. The best part is when the editing's over. 100%, bro. 100%. You got me beat in appeal for Tekken 8 profile, but I got you on every other category. Bro, the stats on Tekken don't matter to me. What matters is winning. That's all that matters. All that matters is winning. Don't care how you won the match. All that matters is winning. Have I considered getting an editor down the road? Okay, I'll tell you why I won't get an editor. And probably why I probably won't get an editor. The only time that I would use an editor is if I wanted to do stream highlights, which I don't think that's something that I really want to do. I don't think that's something I'm interested in putting on my channel. The reason I won't get an editor is because my sister-in-laws, they love barging into my room. The dogs love running in. So if you guys watched my videos before they come out on YouTube, you've got Ellie here, you've got Chelsea, you got maybe like my cousin will barge in if anyone's over. When I'm recording, someone will start calling me, screaming down the phone. I'm there having a conversation for like 10 minutes. I'm one of my cousins, Andrula. I'm like, Andrula, can I get back to recording my video, please? So that's why I won't, because they'll see too much. They'll see too much, and they'll see a side of me I don't want them to see, that I don't want any of you guys to see, which is the childish side. When I'm doing something and someone interrupts me, I get really annoyed. I'm just like, can you stop banging on my door? I don't want my editors to see that, because the thing is, I'm not a trusting person. It's very, very hard to earn my trust. Very, very, very hard to earn my trust, and I don't trust that somebody won't take those clips and use them. Oh damn! Did I really do Jay like that? So yeah, editing is the fun part, but it's annoying if you know it's going to be tedious. Yeah, I find editing tedious altogether. What was that? I think Jay went to the toilet mid-set. I started taking the piss. He was learning Soul Calibur 6 here, so I really shouldn't have been recording it. I think he got annoyed at me when I did this as well, because originally I put it up and I was like, Hollow versus King J, 1st to 10. And he was like, what do you mean 1st to 10? We were practicing. I was cracking up, bro. He wasn't having it. You sent me a friend request on T8 and PSN. Oh, fair enough, bro. I will accept it. The thing is, I know how to edit. Like I've learned how to edit things properly, but I can't stand it, bro. I really can't stand it. Maybe one day I'll get an editor for specific things, but it's unlikely because, yeah, it's just they're gonna see too much personal shit. Jamie, you are the last person. The last person. If you got a hold of any of my information that you're not supposed to see, that'll be it for me. So out of curiosity, you don't want stream highlights on your channel, but would you mind someone making a channel and doing some of your streams? Yeah, I've told people who have reached out to me before saying, can we take clips from your stream and do a channel out of it? And I've said to them, yeah, I don't care. I'm not going to strike you. I don't have a manager or someone that's going to do something behind my back and then I have to say sorry to the community or whatever. So yeah, if you guys want to take clips from my stream, then you're more than welcome to. I don't mind. Does not bother me. One guy took my whole thumbnail and he put it up. He didn't change nothing. He took my whole thumbnail and he didn't think I'd see it. And I commented saying, "Oh, that looks very familiar, bro. Where'd you get that from?" He was like, "Oh, I didn't think you'd see my video." Favorite Soul Calibur character ever? Algo. Algo is my favorite character. The anime aspect of Tekken is just going to increase, except full-on Bleach, Shunko, and Mishima Lightning Tekken 9. Thank you for the $4.99 donation, Terrence. Yeah, I have no doubt because Clive's very popular. So if he sold as well as we think, then yeah, there's going to be more anime in Tekken. Hey, Jay, what's going on, bro? I was just giving them the backstory of this video. Do you remember when you got upset at me? Jay, like for those of you that didn't hear that, just come in. Jay was practicing, so he was learning Soul Calibur 6, and I put this up on my channel as Mike Hollow beats King J 10-0 in a set, and Jay was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" You just want a re-release of SC2. No, I want to re-release of Soul Calibur 5. I'll be real, man. Which do you prefer, saying shambolic or wearing sleeveless tank tops? Well, luckily I don't have to choose. If I had to, you gotta wear the tank tops, bro. You gotta wear the tank tops, especially in Myra. It gets hot in here. This character's, bro. I remember when we played this set. Jay, and you were like, "What is your character doing?" I was like, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Oswald was another character. Yeah. When the game first came out, nobody was using it. Nobody was using this character, and I was like, "Why? This character's stupid." Jay was holding his own though. To be fair, I mean, like I won just after we played this. I won the first like big tournament in London for Soul Calibur 6. So Jay's holding his own against me here because most people that I was fighting, I was just running them over. Yeah, he's a long range and close range character. Aswell was extremely powerful. As soon as I saw Jin drive a motorcycle up the air of a building and throw it out, no. Do you know what? I actually like that. I've said to people before, in the story mode, I don't mind them doing some wacky shit. It's kind of fun to watch. Kazuyo like flew up into the sky and started doing a Dragon Ball Z blast. Do you remember when he went straight up into the sky and he was charging up a supernova attack, and then he threw it down? Oh, and Jin's there holding it back like Goku. Like, it was like Kid Buu versus Goku, and I was like, this is literally Dragon Ball Z. But in the cutscenes, I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, I just don't want Kazuya doing spirit bombs or negative energy balls during the fight. But outside of that, I don't mind. Where's Tom? Tom should be here any minute now. He should be here any minute now. He's got the link to join. He's seen the message. So yeah, he'll be joining any minute. He's probably setting up his camera. So yeah, soul charging is heat. It's the same thing. This is the original heat. Soul Calibur had heat before Tekken, which is a lot of people in the Soul Calibur scene were asking me, why don't you play Soul Calibur anymore? I was like, bro, I'm not playing 2 games of heat. There's no way I'm doing that. And it also had this dumb system. I don't even know what this was or why they added it in the game. It was like a weird wager system from Injustice, and I already didn't like it in Injustice. I mean, look how fast he is, and I could just control the space completely. There was nothing he could really do there. Favorite character in Smash Ultimate? In Smash Ultimate, I use Chrom. So in Smash, originally, I used Mewtwo in Melee, Mewtwo and Ganondorf. And then I switched over to Fox. Got tired of Fox because everyone was using him, and I switched over to Marth, and I played with Marth all the way through that portion of Melee, played with Marth through Brawl, and then in Smash Wii U, or whatever it was called, I used Captain Falcon, and then in Smash Ultimate, I used Chrom. Yeah, the Soul Calibur 6 team did work on Tekken 8. You can see there's a lot of differences. Sorry, not differences, similarities. Does anyone like Soul Calibur 3? I like all the Soul Calibur games. I like all of the Soul Calibur games. Soul Calibur 5 is my favorite. Soul Calibur 3 had some incredible music. Very, very underrated Soul Calibur, I think. There's a lot of broken stuff in it, though. I think that was the problem. Tekken was already going this direction since Noctis. Don't know why Clive was shocking to people. Clive wasn't shocking to me. Clive was disappointing. I wasn't shocked though. I can't wait for Virtua Fighter though. I'm actually going to reach out to a couple of people to help me practice on the game because I've been learning it on my own, but I think it would be good to fight some really experienced people. Any plans for a podcast? Well, I mean, this is about to be a podcast. We're just waiting for Tom to get here. He's probably just stuck in traffic right now. He's seen the message I sent him. He said he'd be here in 35 minutes. It's been exactly 35 minutes since then, so he'll be here any minute now. What's going on, Jeff? How you doing, bro? You really like Soul Calibur 4? Not Soul Calibur 4, not so much, because of the critical edge in Soul Calibur 4, where you can basically just one-hit KO someone once you've broken their armor. I really didn't like that system. So Soul Calibur 4, not really. Also, Algo's in that game, but he's banned in every tournament. He's completely banned everywhere because he's broken. He's absolutely busted in that game. All right, Jamie, enjoy Wukong, bro. I'll hit you up later on. Soul Edge was the best. Soul Edge was good. It's dated now, though. It's dated. Like I've played Soul Edge maybe a year ago, and it was the best at the time. It was well ahead of its time, but I think yeah, that its time has passed for me. Which Soul Calibur guest is my favorite? Probably Heihachi. I thought Heihachi was kind of cool because he came into a game with no sword, just straight fists, even though he's got a gauntlet. Kratos, yeah, Kratos was good, but the Kratos was in the PSP version, so I was not really invested. I was also checked out when Homaru came in, so can't really comment on him too much. His ultimate weapon was just take his gauntlets off. Yeah, Heihachi was a very cool inclusion. It was cool to see him play how he played outside of it. But I don't know if you guys remember, but in Soul Calibur 5, you had Soul of Devil Jin. So you had Devil Jin's moveset in the game, just the character model wasn't there. So it was like a half guest character. You had Devil Jin kinda in Soul Calibur 5, but not really. It was a shame they didn't like model the character fully. That would have been really, really cool. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of live streams on this channel coming up. There's always something going on in the FGC, some sort of drama going on. And I think it's good for people to come on here and sort of speak about it because a lot of the time people speak behind closed doors and then that's how rumors spread, right? It's better to get out in the open. So that will be the month of January, will be very, very chatty, I think. Ezio, I didn't like Ezio. I've ever played For Honor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got some content on my channel for Honor. Pretty sure I've got it somewhere. I'll try and look for it. I'm also waiting for Tom to get here. Harada's been a character in Soul Calibur. Yeah, you could fight Harada in Soul Calibur as well. Yeah, I remember that. Who am I looking to play in VF? I play Go right now. I think he's the most interesting character by far. He's actually a lot of fun. I really, really like his design. Look at this stupid super move. That covers most of the stage. Now, if he had 100% of his health, does anybody want to wager a guess how much damage this would have done? I'll give you a guess. It's higher than 40%. One of the most ridiculous super moves in the entire game. 35%? No, bro, you're way off. It does 70% damage. All I've got to do is get 2 bars. Be in no, all I've got to do, yeah, I've got to have 2 bars. I go into Soul Calibur's version of Heat, and then as soon as you press a button, if you whiff, you're finished. It's game over. It does come out slow, but that's why you don't use it right next to your opponent. You just wait for them. Even step the wrong way, you're finished. And I used to do it to people at tournament, and they'd be like, "You're cheating, you're cheating." I was like, "Bro, don't complain to me. They put it in the game." If you could pick one guest character to be included in a Soul Calibur game, who would you pick? One guest character to be included in a Soul Calibur game, who would I pick? It's a good question. Who would I pick? Probably Guts. Yeah, I think Guts. Because I would say Dante or Virgil, but they're so crazy. I think that shit will start to piss me off. And if you want to be true to Dante and Virgil, Dante's going to be using Quicksilver, Doppelganger. That shit's going to get annoying, man. I think I'd take Guts. Is Tom not here? No. I think he's on his way, guys. I apologize for the delay. Pyramid heads. That would be an interesting inclusion. You know, I wouldn't be completely against that. That should be quite cool. Gerald was very good in Soul Calibur. He was actually really good. Very cool character. I faced Eternal Dragon, the commentator, in the grand finals of a tournament, and he was using him. And it was a good fight. It was a very good fight, a very good character. Hey, what's going on, Katari Ninja? How you doing, bro? Ryu Hayabusa? I wouldn't mind Ryu Hayabusa. What's going on, Clay? Yeah, Tom's always willing to talk, man. Tom's always willing to talk. He's always happy to talk to the community. So I know he's excited to do this chat. I think he's just held up with his son right now, but we'll wait for him to get here. No rush. I prefer new original characters to the series instead of guest characters. I agree with you. I prefer returning characters or original characters, but I think having one guest character, maybe 2, depending on how long the game is going to be supported, is a good thing. I just think, you know, with Mortal Kombat, they went too far. You know, 6 guest characters, and we're only in the 2nd season. Yeah, I know obviously it's been axed now, but that's a bit too much for me. What's going on, Gamer Crew? How you doing? I think, like in Soul Calibur's case, I think one guest character for me in Soul Calibur, I'm satisfied. Tekken, it tends to get supported for longer. So 2 guest characters, I think I'd be happy with that. Like Tekken 8, I'm kind of worried that there's going to be an abundance of guest characters because of how well they sell, which, you know, I can't really knock them for doing it if people are buying it. Like, they're only going to go where the money is. So if people are purchasing the characters, I can't really be like, oh, why are you doing that? We know why they're doing it. Mortal Kombat guest star asked too. Do you know what? Yeah, in MK1, I think Omni-Man and Homeland would have been perfect for Injustice. They would have been amazing picks for Injustice. I think Peacemaker would have been good for Injustice as well. They were clearly scheduled for Injustice. I mean, let's be real. They were clearly supposed to be Injustice characters, and they decided to go a different route. T1000, I actually think that's a cool pick for Mortal Kombat. T1000, I actually don't have a problem with at all. Conan is very weird. It just seems very boring. I like Conan the Barbarian, but he's not on my list of people to enter into a fighting game. Ghostface, I get it. You know, Scream's kind of gory, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Like, it's not that it's a bad pick. It's just that I don't know if it's on the top of my list. What's going on, Tay? How you doing? Was 2B too much in Soul Calibur? No, 2B was a good pick. Soul Calibur's guests were actually pretty good. I think Soul Calibur 6 has 3 guest characters, right? Griffith. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind him, but not over Guts. Not over Guts. If they were both in, I wouldn't be mad at it. Conan actually makes a lot of sense for MK. I think Conan. Nah, nah. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just I just don't know. Like it's yeah. Look how much damage this is gonna do now, all because he whiffed one button. This used to make me laugh so much. People used to get so annoyed in tournament. Not as much as I thought it was, but still, that's an absurd amount. And I was still in heat. I was still in heat. Do you think the second Tekken guest will be a fighting game character? No, I don't think so. I think they will do some form of fighting, maybe from an anime or another game, but a fighting game character? No, I don't think so. I think Harada and the Tekken team knows where the money is, and they're going to continue doing that. And you know what? As much as I don't like it, I can't really sit there and blame them if people are paying for it. You know, they're a business at the end of the day. You can say, "Oh, I want to do it for the love of the game" as much as you want, but you have your the board to report to, or whoever's looking over the Tekken team, and if they're not producing results, they'll just put the money elsewhere. So it's not what I want, but I understand how business works. We'll see in it. We'll see how things go. You refuse to pay for Clive. Well, I already had the season pass or the character pass, so he's already there, but I haven't used him yet, and I probably won't. I hope that next season they give us my perfect season pass would be Jinpachi, Marduk, Ancient Ogre, and Fakuram. That'll be my perfect season pass. But I don't think that will happen. What's going on, Brito? How you doing? You'd like an SNK character in Tekken? Well, I mean, they already did Geese Howard, so. All right, let's see what other footage we can pull up whilst we're waiting for Tom to get here. He's taking his sweet time, isn't he? Marduk, Armor King, and Roger Jr. Roger Jr., bro, come on, man. Come on. We don't want to see Roger Jr. That would be a disaster. Oh, I do have some For Honor gameplay on here, but it's embarrassing, I think. I think in this upload, I got battered. I don't know if I want to show that. That's What's going on, Medi? How you doing, bro? Max canceling and heat engager would be a nightmare to deal with. Yeah, no, don't want that. We don't want that. We definitely don't want that. Trying to see if I've got that grand finals footage on here somewhere. I'm hoping that Tekken does 6 characters. That would, because they did 6 characters at one point, didn't they? I think that would be really cool. I think I've got some. Have I got MKX gameplay on here? I'm not too sure. I'm having a look through. What I've got uploaded here. You feel like WB is not the problem, but NRS itself? Nah, WB is also a problem, bro. WB is 100% also a problem. The way that they have treated their other games, they are definitely part of the problem as well. Season 1 Tekken 7 was only 2 characters. I can't remember, to be honest with you. Was it only 2 characters? My ideal scenario for Mortal Kombat would be for Mortal Kombat to be sold off to a Japanese studio, and we get a different take on it. I know some people might not like that. I know some people might be against that take, but I would like Mortal Kombat to be sold off to a Japanese studio, and we see what Mortal Kombat is like under the helm of like Capcom or Bandai Namco. I would actually be interested to see where it goes, because maybe you're saying, "Oh no, we don't want that," but MK has kind of lost its way recently, and although I do want to remain hopeful for the new, which studio do I have in mind? I'm gonna say Sega. I know there's gonna be some pushback on that. Let me explain. I would give it to RGG. I would give it to Sega, because Sega, their catalog of games is incredible. They are cooking right now. They are. I just watched Sonic 3. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. Sonic 3 was incredible. I loved it from start to finish. I loved it from start to finish. Yeah, 100% Tate. I'm biased to Sega. But I would say I'm biased to Sega with good reason. I'm biased to Sega with good reason. I think I've got some Virtua Fighter gameplay on here. This is when I first started playing Virtua Fighter, so again, try not to laugh, guys. This is early days of me playing Virtua Fighter. Yeah, so I'm biased to Sega because they produce all my favorite games. Sonic was incredible last night. I loved every second of it. Jim Carrey knocked out the park. Shadow's depiction, pretty spot on. Didn't really like. I was not disappointed in any way. But of course, if you give Mortal Kombat to the Japanese, the game is going to change completely, and it'll probably. I don't know. I don't know if the fan base will fall off, but it'll be interesting. Also, just bear in mind, this gameplay is literally from when I knew how to do maybe like 5 moves on the game. Really had no idea what I was doing. If we're being realistic, what I'd like NRS to do is actually hire some people that know how to play fighting games, because they can probably point NRS in the right direction and be like, "Yo, don't do this and don't do that because it's going to piss players off." Go is hard to play. I've learned quite a lot with him now, but again, this was the first time I ever went on ranked. This was literally the first time that I ever went on ranked. I had no real idea what I was doing. Imagine Arxis making MK. Do you know what? Yeah, I know people are very fond of Arxis. I'm not. I don't think their games are bad, but I don't like playing their games. So that would be a miss from me. Mike, you should ask Tom what Boone asked when they were testing MK9 and Mita got brought up. I mean, Tom should be here very soon. He's super late. He is super late. Let me text him. They might hire Sonic Fox and make it worse. Well, no, I wasn't saying hire Mortal Kombat players. Just hire people that are very knowledgeable with fighting games and what makes them fun and what turns people off. And maybe that might be the way to go about it. But yeah, Sega would be my pick. I think Virtua Fighter is a very well done game. It's just the design is so cool behind Virtua Fighter. And I'd love to see Mortal Kombat. I know I get a lot of pushback when I say this, but I really like 3D Mortal Kombat. I know they're broken, I know they're busted, but I just feel like if you did 3D MK better, there's so much room to make the game really fun to watch, like from a cinematic standpoint, because MK is so gory and and whatnot. And also, there's an opportunity to make the battle system a lot better than what it was, obviously. Can you imagine smashing somebody's face through a wall and all the blood flying everywhere, and you fly through the wall and you continue the fight? The stage transitions in the 3D MK games were really sick. Hey, what's going on, Jahuti? How are you doing? Also, it would be nice to have like Virtufire's coming back now. Hopefully, DOA comes back at some point. 3D MK, Tekken will have some competition. 3D MK could be a more violent DOA. That's what I've been saying. I'm not saying do 3D MK exactly how they did it before, but there's certainly elements in there that they did well. You can take the transitions. Oh, someone just said it. You can take the transitions from Injustice and make them hyper violent, and you can even have ring outs. But the ring outs, much like in Deadly Alliance, Deception, and Armageddon, they kill you because in Virtua you fall out of the ring, right? But in MK, when you fall off the map, sometimes you'd get impaled, and then create a good like battle system around it. And voila, you've got one of the most fun games to watch. They're always talking about spectators. What's more fun than watching someone's face getting pushed through a wall and watching it get caved in? That's all they got to do. That's all they got to do. Because DOA is fun, I haven't really dabbled in like playing DOA properly, but whenever I did, I've always thought the stage transitions were excellent. Just recovering from a knee injury. What did you do to your knee, Jahuti? Secretly doing jiu-jitsu, we don't know. Someone said Sega hates that kind of stuff, and I thought about it. They're 100% right. Maybe they do. Maybe they could change their mind if someone shows them how much money Mortal Kombat makes because of its violence. MK should have stage transitions. They should have stage transitions in Mortal Kombat. They should. But we'll see. We'll see what they do with the next MK game. It can't get any worse, right? It really can't get any worse. So I'm going to remain hopeful. Surely they won't make a worse version of MK1. What's going on, Casey Jones? Like your vid, you give very good insight on how the FGC can be better. As for MK being sold off, I'd rather it being sold off to Iron Galaxy, who made KI. That's an interesting pick. That's definitely an interesting pick. Iron Galaxy. Didn't think of that. My friend's dumbbell fell on my knees as I was sitting on the floor. Do you know what, Jahui? I went through something similar, right? But it was my back, and I didn't recover from it for ages. I was doing push-ups, and no one did this. This was my fault. I put a plate on my bench, and I'm doing push-ups and shaking the floor. Luckily, the bench was not too. It wasn't a high bench. I'm there doing push-ups, and the weight's teetering, and I'm not paying attention, and it drops on my back. And I promise you, when Ellie comes on stream next week, because she's going to be here doing the stream with the girls, she'll tell you, like, I could not walk up and down the stairs. I was like, Ellie, I'm going to be in a wheelchair. I was so fucked up. Couldn't do pull-ups for like 3 or 4 months. And then to make things worse, when I recovered, I went on a bike ride with my friend Fraser. And we were bike riding. And I used to do this really stupid thing, right? This is entirely my fault. We had this alleyway, a really narrow alleyway. And Fraser would be in front of me. And I'd start acting like an idiot behind him, just like driving, like pedaling really fast behind him. And he'd get a little bit like, Mike, what are you doing? And it turned into a joke. And one day we were racing, and I was really picking up speed behind him, and I was catching him. And there was a sharp turn coming up. And he was taunting me, saying, oh, you've lost. And I said to him, I'm not going to brake. I'm not going to brake. And the sharp turn's coming. He's like, Mike, wait, what are you doing? And we crashed into the wall at full speed. He was so angry at me. He looked like he wants to beat me up, but he was so like confused at what I just done and injured that he just sat there and he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I said to him, bro, you said that I'm not going to beat you. Like, you challenged me. And I mashed up my knee. I've still got a cut on my knee from there. I had a scar. It was a terrible, terrible, terrible injury. One day, if he's ever on the stream, he'll tell you how many times we rode down that alleyway and I just didn't break. I did not break. And he was just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You trying to kill us or something? But he was injured enough that he couldn't do anything. He was like, you can't beat me up right now. You're mashed up as well. Yeah, I was a little bit of a dickhead when I was a kid. 100%. Injured myself plenty of times. This is why women live longer. Oh, 1000%, bro. The things that I did for fun when I was growing up, honestly, like so stupid. Like I did so much stupid shit when I was a kid. I'm trying to think of something else that I did that was really dumb. Oh, I actually no, I'll never forget this one. Luckily, we had a friend who was like much older than us and much stronger than the people that were coming after us. But we decided to pedal. So you guys know that I'm not from a very safe area, and in our infinite wisdom, we decided to pedal on our bikes down to the next place. Oh, we got Tom here. All right, we'll have to save this story for another day. Let me bring Tom Brady in. How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's up, man? Is my voice okay? I'm in my tremor right now, man. I just dropped my kid off at basketball practice, so I'm pretty much just hanging out here waiting for him.
Yeah, your voice is fine, man. So, shit.
Perfect.
All right, yeah. So I was basically telling everybody that I think you had some knowledge you wanted to jump from the community.
Yeah. So I see this a lot today, and it breaks my heart where I see like younger kids on Twitter, and they just they're talking about they were at a tournament, how they're not making any money. Yeah, I saw actually even back in MK11, the Chilean twins, they're very young. They traveled, all the way to Combo Breaker in Chicago. They traveled to Evo multiple times, and they were just talking about the money they were making. And it's like, this is what it costs, and this is what we make. So, everything's at a loss. And it just seems like a lot of the younger generation is really disillusioned that, because we hear the term all the time, pro fighting game player, right? If fighting game players are professionals, it is the worst profession in the history of mankind. I think they're a little disillusioned, and they live this way as if the FGC was kind of outside of the bubble of like the real world. And then they start turning 27, 28, 30. And then the reality is, and you have always said like, hey, look, you do your YouTube stuff and your fighting game stuff as a hobby, right? This is not paying your bills. You do it because you love it. And fighting games used to be that way, but now people started taking fighting games as I'll be a pro streamer or a pro player, etc. And there's just certain realities that I don't think have really sunk in, on the community, if you will.
Is that do you extend that sentiment to content creators as well, or is this just about pro players?
I think content creators have destroyed the FGC in a certain manner. There are players like yourself who you say, hey, I can say whatever I want. These ain't paying my bills. So I'm going to give you my opinion as it is, because your income, how you live, the life you want to live is not bound to the revenue you make on your YouTube channel or your streams. So you can give your real thoughts and opinions. But however, there are people that do their content is how they make a living, which is fine. The problem is their living is based on the success of that particular game. So even if you're a tournament organizer online, for example, if you are holding it on, it's ironic that the people that hold online tournament leagues, not the big ones, they can do it full time, but the players can't play full time because they can't afford it. You know what I mean? Because the people, you know what I'm saying? Evo, the most successful fighting game tournament ever, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The people that run Evo make enough money to do that full time. The pro players who attend and win Evo don't make enough money to play full time. You see my point? So let's just say you have an online tournament league, hypothetically speaking, and you quote unquote bring the hype, or whatever the hell that means, right? And your income is tied to that. Your sponsorships is how you make your money, right? You're making whatever it is, how many thousands of dollars in sponsorships, correct? You know what I'm saying? So then you bring in, you got these sponsors coming in. If there's an issue with the game and the community's talking about it, like, hey, these are issues, these things have to get done, these things have to be addressed. Well, obviously, you as a major, like you have a major audience, you know, you could say like, hey, this is an issue. We're not retaining some of the players. A lot of people are kind of jumping ship. But then you're not going to get very money from sponsorships if you're telling them that the product that they're putting money into is not very good. So you have these tournament league organizers and these content creators telling you that this game or game, quote unquote, whatever games it is, are the best thing to ever live. Best MK11, best game ever, or whatever game it is. It could be Tekken 8, could be whatever, right? Because their income directly is on that game.
Oh. I think Ed Boon got him, guys. Tom? Ed Boon got him. He said, not today, Tom.
I think I lost you there.
Oh, you're back. Well, we thought
Ed
got you.
Yeah, I think somebody called me, so that's the problem with mobile apps. So the problem is that it's very difficult. Money has really caused a huge issue because, again, you're.
Tom said not
I'm getting, yeah, people. I'm getting
people trying to call you.
Yeah. You're bound. That's all right. They're asking me for money. I didn't want that call anyway. People are bound to that particular product. So it's kind of tough because the content creators, because their income is solely based off it, are just bound to be not really give their true thoughts. They've got to say what they have to say to make their money, which is fine. But as players, you have to realize the FGC is literally rigged to make sure that the players' income is, there's just not enough money for the players and the organizers, right? There's just not enough money in it. So the problem is the least amount of money goes to the players, and there's just not enough money for anyone to really be eating good, so to speak, right? Now, there are
so would you say that the content creators, so when you're saying that because there's not enough money, so they have to sort of push it as being a good game so that they continue to get people watching, or the people reaching out to them to like do either like ad reads or like go out to tournaments. So you're saying that a lot of these content creators can't be trusted for that reason?
100%. Well, there are some that can, some that can't. Like, for example, we have several people who their content is not so much watching them play, but they hold tournament leagues, things like that, right? Those type of people. Well, their income is basically based to the success of that particular game. You have people like Main Man who has his own audience, right? So he's going to make whatever, whether he's Tekken, whatever, because he has his own audience, right? They're not so much Tekken fans; they're fans of the personality.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's not possible to be successful, but when your income is tied directly to the success of a game, you haven't developed your own whatever. Your thing is, we hold tournaments for this game, or my content is kind of based on that game. And there are very few people actually are able to, once they associate with a particular game, find it difficult to branch out to something else because then they lose a big part of their audience. It's not easy to make a jump like that and retain people. So a lot of these content creators, really, they just can't be trusted more times than not, as long as when their income is tied to the success of the game. And that's another kind of downfall to money in fighting games. Again, even if you can be successful content creator for a little bit, if the studio decides that they're done with that game, we're not making it anymore, or the next version of said game is going to come out many years down the line, and you end up losing the audience that you have on YouTube or Twitch, whatever, simply because the game falls out of favor or the next one's a terrible product, the FGC is just a lousy way to make a living. It's a passion thing. People always bring up Sonic Fox's name. I've got news for you. Even Sonic Fox in gaming is unsustainable. He would have to, I'm not saying he's not had to have been wise with his money, because when young Fox is old Fox and 45 and 50 and no longer the dominant force that he is, or maybe he's just tired of it and his passion is gone, right? I've been winning for God knows how many years. I want to move on to the next chapter in life, right? I'm not saying he won't be successful as long as he's wise with his money, invested well, and chose a different career path. But in being this dominant tournament winner, eventually that part of your life always ends. But then you still have to live for the next 40 or 50 years of your life. The FGC just doesn't really, even someone that, whoever won the Capcom Cup, right? He won $1 million. You have to understand, when that check gets cut to you, whatever country that foundation is based on, they're going to take their tax out before that check comes to you, right? I remember when World Cyber Games was a thing, it was based in Korea. I think that tax was 33%. So let's hypothetically say back in those days, you won $1 million, you were taxed 33%. I'm saying that wasn't the case for Capcom Cup. By the time you got that 1 million, you had 670,000. So let's just say maybe you got 700 to 670,000, right? 650,000 of that million comes to you after tax. If you live in America, the average home is 420,000. If you want to keep that money may, if you did nothing else, that money may get you through the next 5, maybe 10 years of your life. Let's say you win it at 25 years old. At 35 years old, that's 670. And if you were not wise with your money and continue to find some career or were able to continue to win, which is not the easiest thing in the FGC, you're now broke. That money's gone. Also, the FGC and how it's paid out is also very weird. One tournament could be $1 million. I guarantee you the next main tournament after the Capcom Cup was not even close to $1 million. You literally have to train to beat the same people for $1 million. And then when you beat them, you only get 5,000, because unfortunately today was not the $1 million tournament. You see what I'm saying? One tournament could be a $70,000, $100,000 pot. The next tournament could be, it's only a $5,000 pot, because $10,000, 5 of that goes to the top 8, 5 of that goes to the winner. So it's like I still had to sacrifice and put in just as much time to beat these same people who were around for a tournament for $100,000, $200,000. And now I win, and you're telling me my payout is 5,000? FGC is just not set up to be sustainable monetarily. And
What would you say? What would you say is the best route for someone in the FGC to take? Like, we established that it's not sustainable as a whole, but if you were to take a particular route to make as much as possible for the longest period of time, what would you say is the best way to go?
Best way to go about it is understand how money works. For one, if you have decided I am going to be an FGC thing, that's my thing. I'm going to be a content creator, and I'm going to be like all this stuff. Or I'm going to be a tournament player. The first thing you'd want to do is probably to form your own LLC. This allows things like traveling to tournaments to be a massive write-off. You then, as an LLC, get the same write-off privileges as any successful business. You are 1099 anyway as an FGC, whatever you are. So whatever it gives you certain tax breaks. The next thing I would do is, if you're make as much money as possible, realize that tournaments are the worst form of income. Like, tournaments are going to be the least form of income. The formula is basically go to a tournament to get your name out, and then use that to make as much money. So if you were to make money in the FGC, you would want to go to a short amount of tournaments just to get your name out as a top player, and then stay online for the rest of the time. Who cares about entering offline tournaments, because you can enter the online ones. You've already established yourself as the name that is a quote unquote good player. So your brand is there, and then you can still uphold yourself as a top player by entering online tournaments. You save yourself the travel. Only travel when a tournament is big enough, not even to win money, but that your name will have some relevance. A lot of people, you want to only go to tournaments that have the most eyeballs, not for money. This is a major tournament. Just realize you're probably going to lose money. However, the money you spent to go there is not a loss, because you're your own LLC. You write that off at tax time. See my point? So you only select maybe 3 or 4 major tournaments a year for your own name recognition, to keep it there, to keep yourself in the top 8. If you only get 5th, who cares? You knew you were going to lose money anyway. You weren't dependent on winning. However, your name is in the top 8. It allows you to go the rest of the year of still playing on online tournaments, etc. That is how you keep your name. That is how you keep your branding, which in turn gets your money into YouTube and Twitch streaming. And you have to know probably how to maximize your audience there. As far as the truth of the matter is, YouTube is going to be significantly more revenue for you than Twitch, and you have to know how all that works. I think most people come into gaming and they don't really have a formula. It's just kind of like, hey, I'll come in, win some tournaments. I started streaming yesterday, but it needs to be a passion project. You have to realize that more than likely you aren't going to make any money from it. The truth is, if you're trying to stream games and play games to make money, don't play a fighting game. If Asmongold chose to be in the FGC as opposed to what he does, he would be broke. Point blank. Money to work. Money is distributed based on the pool it's collected. It's like sports, right? In America, you have sports that make big money because the money they have coming in is just more money than a sport that doesn't pay out as much money, right? You only can get a certain amount of money based from the amount of pool that's there. The reason why the FGC is the armpit of competitive gaming is because other games just make more money. If you are, for example, a streamer of like an MMORPG, right, or something like that, like WoW, well, a game like World of Warcraft sells in one day what Mortal Kombat, the most successful, whatever, will sell in 10 years. And that's over multiple products. MK11, the most successful MK game of all time, what did it sell? 15 million copies over, 2019 until now, right? What is it, 7 years, something like that? What expansion of WoW sold 25 million in a single day? In one day. So those games just have more revenue. There's more people watching those games, more people playing those games. So if there are more people that are buying the game, there's more people that are watching the game, right? So chances are, if I think the number's got to be like several million to 10 versus how many people play those other games versus a fighting game. So if that audience, if there's a bigger audience of people that are interested in said games, there's a bigger audience of people that will watch said games. Fighting games are just, compared to how other games are selling, fighting games are actually selling worse than they ever have comparatively. They're selling better technically than they ever have. But other games, when they start selling better, they're selling 20, 30 million copies in a day. A fighting game takes years, decades to do that. So they're significantly further behind these other games than they've ever been. So if your goal is monetary, don't ever play a fighting game.
Do you think that, like, because there's been people like Mike Ross and Lil Margin who basically did what you said. They appeared in tournaments and they did really well, and then they sort of transitioned online. Would your advice to people to be like, to focus on your like networking and like your personality to reach people that way rather than focusing on the game itself?
I would say focus on, yes, for sure. And you have to understand how money works. You have got to prove that you are worth X amount of money. In other words, if your ability to play fighting games, the ability to play fighting games is not worth very much money, right? What people from playing and winning a tournament are sitting around millionaires, right? So clearly your skills as a fighting game player are worth less than nothing. So because of that, how can you market that to anyone, right? You can't even make that kind of money for yourself. Why am I going to pay you that kind of money? You see my point? If you can't make it for you, you're not going to make it for me. So why are you worth that to me? So focus on something that can prove that you are worth money. So it's focusing on yourself and your image over the game itself. Hey, because of me, I command this audience. This audience is worth X amount of revenue in this, that, or that. That's how you actually get sponsors, right? Where you get paid money. Nobody cares about your ability to win fighting games. And look, I'm guilty of this. I fell into the ultimate FGC trap for a long time, where I wasn't really making much money. I was focused on winning tournaments, etc. So they get you with the old, you can't do it now, quote unquote, right? So you come back, you try to do it again, you make no money, right? And the next game comes out, they say it again. And the real truth, was like, hey, there's really no money in this. And you care what people think when you're flat broke, because that's all you have is what people think. Once you start becoming more successful, you realize, what was I thinking, right? What was I doing? it's terrible. The FGC, you have to just realize you've got to do it because you love it. You have to get into it understanding you're not going to make any money. There is a formula that you can try to do so, but if you rely on that more times than not, you're not going to be successful. I mean, it's just how it is. The FGC cannot be seen as, and it brings a lot of younger players in. I mean, you've seen this how many times, Mike, has people said, you're saying your opinions because you're trying to make money on YouTube? How often is that said for you, about you? People look at, right? How many times?
Yeah, it happens often. Yeah.
So everything comes down to money. It's seen as, well, Mike's only making these YouTube videos and saying these things because he's trying to make money. It's just unfortunate that a lot of younger players kind of get caught up in this dream of being successful monetarily, and they get in the FGC and they realize, well, there's now, what am I going to do? I can't pay my bills of stuff like this. And they try to do streaming and they try to do YouTubing, but you just don't make enough to live your day-to-day life. It's not really sustainable.
Have you seen it happen personally? Like, do you know players personally that put all their eggs in one basket and then they went broke or they couldn't pay their rent and they were in like a tough situation? Because I know you spoke on here before about how you've given people money when they're in a tough spot. So
yes.
Is this conversation coming from a conversation that happened elsewhere, which is why I want to speak about it here, or is it like personal experiences?
As from personal experiences, as well as I see, in pub, also. But people have hit me up and they use the, you don't know. The FGC almost acts like it's a bubble. You know what I mean? Where it doesn't exist within the confines of the real world. And it's very easy when you're 18, 19, or even young 20s to kind of ignore a lot of the things about the real world. But the unfortunate side of life is, whether you have parents that protect you well, or you live at home, whatever. And for the unfortunate side of life is the natural progression of life. Your parents get older. They need help, right? You're now older. How is this going to get taken care of? How is the money side of life is inevitable. And they get to that point and it's like, hey, look, I need some help right now, for their rent or whatever it may be, or for car problems. And they come to me, and these are people who, at one time were successful fighting game players, who were streaming, whatever. And it just, hey, it just doesn't pay the bills, and now they need a little help. But this happens a lot. And I think you're going to see a movement. It's not as much now because I'm one of the oldest ones at only 47, But as this younger generation gets older, it's going to very much be like, I guess, you're going to see people talk like, someone who'd left the porn industry. Nobody told me it was going to be this way, right? And it's going to, and now I'm 50 and 60 and I thought I was going to make some money, because at the end of the day, people do act like there is money to be made in fighting games. The FGC is so whacked out that you would literally find somebody that makes $500,000 a year would be seen in, well, people will say, well, that person wouldn't play in the stream. Somebody who is successful and maybe gets on a game and gets on someone's stream and gets made just chats like blowing them up, right? And they may say something like, hey, you know what? You still live at your mom's house. Oh, he's so salty, right? He's mad because he has to bring real life into it. If that streamer was smart, he'd end the stream and say, hey, I'm broke too. How do I make some money? The FGC almost embarrasses people who leave it because they realize they have to be successful. Well, what do we care about your opinions for? When is the last time you done anything? When was the last time you paid your rent, bro? Who are you talking to? It's tough because no one really mentors these kids. They sell them an illusion. There's no formula. Okay, I want to be successful. How do I do that? Most people come into fighting games as teenagers. They don't even know how money works. And it's not until they're older that they realize I didn't get that monetary success that I thought. You see, the status you can get as being a top player is almost used as currency, right? Within the world of the FGC, right? Doors will open to you because of your status as a top player, right? But eventually, that's not real currency. That's just currency within the realm of the FGC. Eventually, your status is not what it is anymore, and your currency in the real world is nil. So I've seen it happen way too many times. And now I'm starting to see younger kids come into the FGC and they're like, how come it broke my heart when I saw the Chilean twins say, hey, we spent a lot of money to get to Combo Breaker, to get to Evo. Look what we won. And there was, I remember it was a couple of years back, there was a huge thread on Twitter from like, even like Combat was in there, like, look, how are we supposed to make any money and like, you know, have a living? And I'm not saying that he relied on that, but he was just one of those people, like, how do people expect to make a living off what fighting games pay out? And the answer is they don't. But so many people get into it and then are shocked that they cannot.
So what would you say? Because there was once upon a time when like Fortnite or Call of Duty or whatever, like those kinds of games wouldn't have been making the kind of money they're making now. Do you think there's anything that fighting games can do? Maybe not to get to that level, but to get to a point where it's not going from a $1 million tournament to a 5,000. It's more sustainable.
No, because the problem is it just doesn't have the audience. If, say, Mortal Kombat, which is to this point so far been the most successful monetarily franchise, right? But how much money do they really make? MK11, 15 million copies. What does that equate to, right? All the money that comes in, there's just not enough to sustain years. Because see, fighting games start at their peak and then just have a very steady and sharp fall down, right? So a game starts here and there's going to be less interest and less going down. So the arc of a fighting game goes this way. You see my point?
Mm.
Games in general. ARPGs, there are some games that don't because they refresh the game with content that changes everything, right? And expansions that make things like, wow, this is totally different. You can't do that to a fighting game because you'd be overhauling it every single time. And developers think if we're going to overhaul a game every patch, we might as well just do subtle changes and then years down the line make an overhaul and call it the next version of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So fighting games, there's just not enough money in it. It just doesn't appeal to enough of the world. I mean, anytime you have other games that can sell 20 million copies in one day, and a fighting game takes a decade to do it, I mean, there's just not enough money there. There's just not enough. And the FGC is also, it's kind of weird because if you play an ARPG, you are more likely to at least watch several of them or get into them. Whether it's Diablo, PoE, or an MMO type of RPG like WoW, they all have similar elements, right, that will capture you. A shooting game, they all are different in their own way, but they're also similar. You know, and if you can play one shooter at high level, more than likely you can play another one, right? Or even casually. Fighting games are not like that. Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter are so different from one another. MK Street Fighter and Tekken, so different from one another. Street Fighter is popular because they are more similar to a lot of other fighting games. You see my point? So you can transition from those games to Street Fighter easier, which is why Street Fighter is the king of the viewing audiences, of the most money paid out at tournaments, et cetera, et cetera. But in general, the fighting game has the smallest audience, and then they cut the smallest audience 6 ways, and that audience doesn't really partake in the other game. So where fighting games, the money is just not there.
So like, if that's the case then, and I'm not making an argument for lying to audiences, because obviously we've both called it out before, but if there's no money in tournaments and there's no money in just like gameplay online or outside of like maybe Maximilian or big content creators, because you were talking about earlier about not being able to trust a lot of these fighting game content creators, do you feel like they're incentivized by the climate of the FGC and fighting game success in general to lie to make that money if they've gone all in on their channels?
They are, which is why a lot of them attack things with kid gloves. How many of these, all of them, each and every one of them, from the ones that have 1 million subscribers to the one that have 500,000. Let's just take Mortal Kombat, for example, during MK11. Best Mortal Kombat of all time, best game ever, blah, blah, blah. MK1 came out, MK11 was terrible. I mean, like, it was tough to stream, tough to play. Thank God for MK1. You just told us for 2 years it was the best game ever. It's the way negativity is viewed in the FGC is so, even if it's the truth, it's there is no, this person's straight down the middle, right? Like as much as your viewpoints are, Mike, you're just like, look, I'm just telling you what the numbers are. I'm just telling you what the facts are. I have my opinion, but there's also the facts that go along with that, right? But it's seen as negative. If you I literally watched a video about somebody, and the true underdog and the haters or whatever. It's some of the most obnoxious positivity I've ever seen. But yet you can be as obnoxious as possible in a positive manner, and you are held on people's shoulders, right? Even if it's all wrong, even if it's all selling false hope, it doesn't matter, right? If people make videos all the time to make money about, no, maybe the game is not canceled. Combat Pack 3 news, you've seen it, right? Perhaps not, and that's fine. But if you or me made a video about the game being canceled and it was wrong, they would crucify us, right? So you can make all kind of garbage in a positive manner and it be received well. You can't tell the truth in any manner, right? And that's kind of, they're incentivized to just be over the top positive, even if it's wrong. Sell the dream, even if it's just nothing but a dream, because that's what sells. They basically take from your pockets to line theirs.
Yeah, I've actually, so I was talking to somebody about this before, because obviously MK1 has received a lot of negative press and it deserves it. And I was talking to my friend and I was saying to him that because a lot of people are saying, oh, negativity sells online, which, obviously there's a large degree of truth in that. But I think
not
in
as
Mortal
much as
Kombat's case,
positivity.
Yeah, I think in Mortal Kombat's case, like I was talking to him, and I was like, do you think people could get away with being negative towards Elden Ring without the community absolutely like roasting them? And the answer is no, because even though Elden Ring might not be a perfect game, everyone's going to know you're talking shit. But with the MK situation, you can't really tell us that we're talking shit. Like the numbers speak for themselves online, and the way the community themselves reacted to it. So this whole sort of like grifting for views thing, specifically of Mortal Kombat, doesn't make any sense to me because its own community abandoned it.
I mean, the grifting for views things goes both ways. People that are making garbage videos in a positive light, what are you doing? You're clickbaiting for views. Just point saying, just in a different manner. I think the fact of the matter is, if the reason why the negativity stuck for so long, if the negativity was unsubstantiated, I think after a year of it, the reaction would be like, shut up. You know what I mean? Enough of it. Because you can't grift for an entire year just pounding on a game mercilessly that's well received, right? Eventually people get sick of it. The reason why the negativity actually became more supported was because it was based in fact. People didn't like it. It wasn't just a couple of dudes being negative about the game. It was a couple of people who were just speaking out for people that said they don't have a voice, they don't have a platform. So that's why it was so the negativity over that game was well received, I would say, because and it wasn't like, you get some people like, hey, shut up or move on, etc. But I think for the most part, the negativity was very well received, and these videos would not grow in views over a year's time if people didn't feel this way strongly, if it was not based in any type of truth or fact.
In your opinion, and you can give names if you want. If you don't want to give any names, that's fine. But the toxic positive content creators, if it is true and the game is cancelled and it's gone and we're not going to get another Mortal Kombat maybe for another 2 years while it's in development, what do you foresee them doing on their channels? And do you foresee them doing more toxic positive stuff, or do you think they'll lean into whatever the algorithm's looking for?
I think they're going to go back to stealing the Rio formula, the best and worst X, Y, Z in NRS history. When MK11 stopped, or like when they realized it was done, they started for like a year or 2 years doing the best and worst versions of blah, blah, blah in NRS history. Even the beginning stages of MK1, because I love you saying it was a peeled onion, there wasn't much to talk about. So it was still back to, let me give you the history of Tremor or the best and worst specials in NRS history. Videos were still being pumped out. So I think at a certain point, I mean, the problem is these toxic positive content creators, they get on people like me and you, but all their content is dedicated to debunking the people like me and you. So I mean, really, I don't know why they're where is my point is, where is the tech? Where is the anything being brought up in the game? It's always a toxic positive content creator talking about why the game is more alive than ever, why the game is saved now, why the games that are not dying, dead, or don't need to be saved don't need 20 to 30 videos on why the game is saved now in this patch, right? Or why we have commentators. And who says this game is dead? When a commentator reminds you the game is not dead, that game is dead. I mean, you don't have to, games that are alive. I've never heard a Tekken Major them saying, who says our game is dead? I've never heard it, ever. So
have you had, since you've been making your videos about the game not doing well and it, getting a lot of backlash from these more notable names, other than like, I think Pig of the Hut, which we saw on Twitter, was there anybody else that was like reaching out to you specifically? I was telling you to stop speaking about it, or that you're lying, or you're grifting, or whatever.
No,
I'm not talking about the community as a whole. I'm talking about like prominent people in the scene.
A lot of people prominent reach out to me and say, I can't say it, but you're telling the truth. Keep speaking up. See, a lot of people, and that's why, the reason why is because they are afraid of being seen in that negative way. It's like and this is why most people don't tell the truth, because they'll say, well, you don't care. You'll tell the truth about it, but I don't want to be seen in that negative way. I don't want that quote unquote crybaby moniker put on me. So I'm just, I'm not going to say anything. So a lot of them message me and speak out to me and just say, keep going, keep saying you're speaking the truth. If quote unquote negativity, let's be honest, criticism is considered negativity in fighting games. It just is what it is. So if people were allowed to say what they really feel, see, the thing is, you can be the most obnoxious, positive content creator. Everything you say is complete bullshit, but it's positive. Nobody cares. When you say the facts, when the game is not received well, you're a complainer, you're a crybaby. All that guy does is spew negativity, blah, blah, blah. It's because the only way to make things change is never stop. Developers are the ones that feed this nonsense down to the community of move on, play another game then. What they're saying is stop talking about how bad everything is and keep buying our product and maybe we'll change it later, right? And that is never, change is forced. No one, evolution, quote unquote. Do you know what why evolution happens? It's forced. You either evolve or you die, right? If nothing ever had to evolve from the beginning of time then nobody ever would evolve. Evolution is forced. Change is forced. Developers don't necessarily want, if you're a developer and you can spend less money doing something but make maximum profit, that's what you would do. Nobody actually wants to spend millions of dollars to change something if they don't have to. So you have to make it so they have to do it. That's what all this quote unquote negativity is. Many people come into me on Twitter or whatever and say, keep telling the truth. They're just afraid to speak out about it. And I'm sure some people have come to you in a similar way.
When people say to you that they're afraid to speak about it, that's not like the general community, is it? That's people that are like quite big content creators.
Yes.
Have you ever asked them what they think the consequences will be, other than, I'm assuming they're not going to get a plane ticket to the latest event? Like, what exactly do they think the consequences will be? Do they think their audience will leave them if they tell the truth?
They see how people like me and you are talked about.
Yeah, but I don't
really care, but they don't want to be known as that. So, look, not everyone's like that. Not everybody can say sticks and stones, right? It is what it is. They don't want that label of being a complainer or a crybaby. They just don't want that label, Or it'll say, well, you're not winning anymore. That's why. A lot of these people don't like the game. So they're like, I'm not going to play something I like. And they're doing stuff in the real world or they're playing other games, right? They don't want to grind the game because they don't like it, right? So when they give their opinion and it's negative, well, you're just salty because you're not winning anymore. You're just so then they get labeled not only as a crybaby and a complainer, as somebody who can't hack it. So that's why they have to complain. And they just don't want that moniker, you know? They just don't want it.
Can I ask you about? I want to ask you about Maximilian because I made the video that I did yesterday, and I've watched Maximilian's content for ages, ever since he started doing the Assist Me videos, maybe even before that.
Sure,
And I don't see Max as a shill. I saw some people in my comment section saying that he doesn't criticize anything. He's a shill. He plays it very safe. But I mean, Max criticized Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, for example, so much. He ended up making his own version of it. I think it's him and his team that put it together. And I was reading through their comments, and they were saying Max is a shill. Don't criticize anything. He's done more harm to the FGC. I have the opposite opinion of Max, but I was interested to see what you thought, because I've always seen him as a very positive figure for the FGC, because he does criticize things, but I think he does it in a fair way where he's not kicking and screaming.
He does, but I think so. Maximilian plays it safe by saying, first, I'm going to give a compliment that is undeserved, and then I'm going to criticize it with kid gloves. And that's why people call him a shill. Because Maximilian is not going to be the one, even if Maximilian really does feel like this is the most agonizing, not fun experience, he's not going to word it that way, right? I forget what it was. I forget what. Well, I don't want to say their name. It was a very popular streamer that was in that MK11 tournament that had the crying girl, right? 25,000 viewers. And he said, this is the least fun he's ever had in a game in his life. You know, Maximilian is not going to say something like that. You know, Max is someone that will first, will say, oh, they try to do this well, like in MK1's case, they try to do that well. It wasn't implemented well, so on and so forth. But the problem is he puts enough positivity in there as well, enough compliments in there to where the positive side will just say, look, Max, he didn't say it was bad. You know what I mean? So of course they'll focus on that. And if we try to bring the negative side to it, you're just being a hater. Didn't you miss the good stuff he said? The good stuff is a given, right? I mean, I guess you can talk about some of the good things MK1 does, but the problem isn't the good things that it does. The problem is people keep talking about the good things, but the bad things outweigh it so drastically, and those things never get talked about. You know, I think Max is fair a lot of times, because when I listen to a lot of his videos on MK1, what he says is the assist system not implemented well, don't like it at all. The game, when you play it, it does. I mean, he literally said the game does not feel good to play. That is a damning thing to say. When you say it does not feel good to play the game, you know? So, but yet these things are never, it's like he never said them, right? It's never picked up on, you know what I mean? Because I think there's also some positivity he says in there. I think that's why. I mean, I would love to see Max just release a video where he's like, look, it is what it is. We know the things it does well, but these things are just not very good, and they're killing the game and holding it back.
Do you think it's fair to call him I'm not saying you did, but do you think based on that it's fair to call him a shill though?
No, because Max has no control over what the community chooses to look at. Max can say some good things, and then as he said it, MK1, like I said, it doesn't feel good to play. They implemented the assist system wrong. It feels too limiting. I don't really feel any freedom. It doesn't feel fun. It doesn't whatever. And all those things are valid criticisms and very damning for someone to say. But he can't control that the greater part of the community, including the developers, will glance over that and only focus on the couple of things he said that he liked about the game.
I think it's because I think Max's content is like he really focuses on what he likes and tries to like push that, and then he goes back and plays games he really likes. Whereas like my content, I saw a comment of people saying that one guy said that my content is all negative. And I said to him, no, I enjoy looking at a game. And then I probably do the reverse of Max, where in a video about 2 days ago, I said, these are all the things that are really good about Tekken 8. However, this is what went wrong. And that's why I focused on the most, even though I did point out these are all the good things. Like you said, it's a given for a game that comes out now to have beautiful graphics, good netcode, good roster, and all that stuff. And people will only focus on that side of me and say that I'm trying to grift for views, to be negative, whatever, even though I'd say these are the good things in the game. So when people were calling Max a shill, I was a bit like, I just think he enjoys talking about the more positive side of things. I don't think it's really fair to call him a shill. Not that you were saying it, but there were people in the comment section saying it.
No, I wouldn't consider Max a shill at all. Maximilian just says what he feels. Because here's why. The people that call him a shill want Maximilian to go all fire and brimstone, right? And when he doesn't, then they say, oh, he's a shill. He does. He just doesn't do it as harshly, right? But it doesn't make him a shill. Because again, I've seen him say such and such is not fun, not enjoyable, doesn't feel good to play. Those are damning things for a fighting game. It may not be said in the manner that somebody wants it to say, so I guess they feel like he's too soft on it. But I don't think he's a shill at all. I just think he's very honest with how he feels. And I think he tries to call it down the middle fair. But there is one thing I don't agree with of his. He made a video, and I'm not pretending that not a Street Fighter, because it was something called like Street Fighter 6 is bad again or hate it again. When he says, you know what people do who don't like something? They don't sit around complaining about it. They move on to the other game. This is to the previous game. This is true in a couple things. Sometimes when a new game comes out, if it is good and well received, and I think there are a lot of games that are like this, but you personally may not prefer it. He's saying, instead of just bitching and moaning about it, do what normal people do. Hey, this game is still good, yada, yada, yada. It's not for me. I'll go back to the old one. However, there are instances where the game is actually garbage. And it's not a matter of going back to the old one. It's we're getting a trend here of straight garbage, and I'm going to say something about it. It's not about going back to the old game, because if you're a Mortal Kombat player, if you go back to the old game, that game is garbage too. So, I mean, I do disagree with that. It's a case by case. It's not a case of quote unquote all normal people, when they don't like a game, they go back and just play the old one. That's not actually true. It is, sometimes it is. If the new game is good, not your style, you go back to the old one. However, sometimes the old game is bad and the new game is bad. Things need to change. You don't just drop it and shut up about it and move back to the old one. You got to say something about it. Otherwise, the next game will be bad and the updates coming out will be bad.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I wanted to ask you, if you don't want to answer this question, don't have to. But since we're talking about content creators and who might be causing a problem or lying or whatever, I think we both agree. I don't take Max as a shill or a liar. But are there any big content creators in the fighting game scene that you think can just lie completely to their audiences and have like very big bases that go and echo those lies?
Oh man,
if you don't want to answer, we don't have to.
Most of the Mortal Kombat ones.
Most of the Mortal Kombat ones.
Yeah, I mean, the Mortal Kombat ones are like the people on the Titanic, who, when the people, when Captain Smith or whoever knew that the ship was going down, they didn't want to say anything. That's what the MK content creators are. The ship is clearly sinking, but they're telling everyone it's more hype than ever. It's more alive than ever. It's more this than ever. They're all full of shit. They'd be saying, guess what? This is a sinking ship. It's done. If you don't want the boat that's coming to get you to sink too, you need to say something about it. That's the real truth. Because what happens is Mortal Kombat jumped from one sinking ship to another ship that's sinking, So, yeah, I would say most of the Mortal Kombat ones are just blatantly full of shit lying to their community.
Can I throw names at you and you just say say shill or not shill, whatever, or that you can give a reason? I'm gonna just think of something off the top of my head. Brusque Poet.
Shill tendencies.
Do you say shill tendencies?
Yeah, in MK11, for example, he was talking about how he made a video, be patient, wait for the next patch, more content is coming, not acknowledging that people are not happy about the game isn't good, be patient, etc. He does have those tendencies, yes. Not a total shill, though, no. He may not say anything bad about it, but, he's the person who, if he doesn't have something nice to say, he won't say it at all. So I won't, like that kind of person. So I guess I wouldn't really call him a shill, but he will, toe the corporate line like at the end of MK11.
What about Diff?
Man, Diff is on some other level. I don't know. He's not a shell. I think Diff just actually likes the game.
Yeah.
Like when I see Diff, I don't think shill. I think more power to him. Praise the Lord. This guy put his money in, and he likes the game that he put his money into.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Diff is just actually, you're not a shill if you actually believe it. You know what I mean? Like he actually, I feel like generally is excited to play the game. So, I would say no.
Some people in the chat are throwing Super's name out there.
Super's not a shell. He's a family man. He makes good money doing it, and you got to do what you got to do when you're making that kind of money. Okay? I think Super is also a very positive person, but Super's not obnoxious about it. You know what I mean? He'll give his thoughts about things. He will touch on the negative stuff. He won't overly do the negativity or make too many videos about the issue because he does videos about multiple games. But I think he's just someone who is going to touch on the negatives, on the positives, and then keep it moving. So I would just say Super is not a shill. He's just someone that's not going to get too up or too down on something. He's just going to, say his piece and then move on and just keep putting gameplay because that's what his audience is. It's basically more so off gameplay. I think more people need to be like Super, in my opinion. It's very difficult to be like if you were a former Super just proves that being a pro player is actually less likely than just being someone who monetizes their content for fun. Meaning that if you're a pro player and that's your moniker, I'm a pro player, I'm top. To go from that to now I'm just playing casual games is very difficult because if you were no longer able to compete at the highest level, people watched you. Your audience was mainly because you're a top pro player. Now it's seen as you're beating up on casuals because you can't cut it against other pros, so on and so forth. And it's tough to monetize just casual content. Super basically was, never tried to be a professional, never a top tournament player. He was just like, hey, I'm just playing games for fun and built a large audience off of that, right? Hey, you're not going to see tournament play, but you're going to see some fun games, someone having fun playing a game. So yeah. I think Super's content is good. I enjoy it. I would not call him a shill.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some other MK names, but I just want to ask you some of the names they're throwing in the chat. What do you think of FDX? Personally, I like FDX's content a lot. I enjoy watching him, but I was curious to know what you think because some people have thrown the shill name around a few times. It's not something that I feel personally. I think he's a bit like Max, where he tries to focus in on the positive side of things because I don't think you're obligated to speak about the negative. But what do you think?
I don't think he's a shill, but I think what people would consider shill comments for him are just because he was not a pro player long enough to really understand. Like, for example, when the whole movement came out, that's he wasn't a great player when he was. But when the whole thing came out about when Arslan Ash first made his comments, and there was a big backlash on, he just wants to backdash all day and yada, yada, yada. And I saw FDX making videos, and I think he broke down one of his sets and was like, this isn't because of XYZ or defense. He made this mistake here. He was just trying to break down how the mistakes are being made and not so much because the game is more offensive. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like FDX, not a shill at all. I feel like he did a great job in trying to be like the John Madden of Tekken. For those who don't know who John Madden is, because we're all old, John Madden in NFL football really educated the casual fan on the professional game. And I think FDX's content does a great job of that. He educates the casual fan on the pro level game and has them see things they couldn't. FDX is mistaken on the fact that developers are absolutely, literally trying to patch certain skill sets out of fighting games. But they're absolutely doing that. So it's not a matter of somebody not being able to adapt or these mistakes. It's two things can be true. Yes, people still make mistakes in games. These things could be done. It's not a matter of a patch here or this new game there. But developers are absolutely trying to patch out certain quote unquote annoying skill sets out of fighting games. two things can be true. I just don't know that FDX has been around long enough to see the evolution of where games were to where they are now, from the beginning of time till now. So
there's
not a
one other
shill.
content creator I want to ask you about, but I want to ask you, are you okay answering questions from the chat?
Sure.
Six Arrogans popped into the chat and he's asking, why is he banned?
Banned where? My stream?
Yeah, did you ban him?
I didn't ban him. Probably some rogue mod did.
Oh, okay. Unlucky, mate. I want to ask you about True Underdog. What is your opinion of True Underdog's content?
True Underdog is someone who I wanted to generally believe him that, hey, I just post stuff because I love the game, like he said to you, right? He said to you also privately, right, in Discord. He just wants to bring some positivity. He loves.
No, he spoke to me on the comment section.
That he's just trying to bring the other side of the coin, right? However, True Underdog has spewed some of the most toxic, positive bullshit I have ever seen. With, oh, it's not canceled after all, and I have some on good authority. Combat Pack 3, lie. Or all these haters, and this is their, or you have number. He's like, hey, guess what? I know all these numbers say things are bad, but I see this chart right here that says things are good. Now, if I show the whole part of the chart, it looks horrible, but I'm only going to show this one number here. That no, True Underdog is just toxically positive. He said Mortal Kombat 1 should have won Game of the Year instead of Street Fighter. What are you smoking? What are you? Year 1 Mortal Kombat 1? In what world should it have won that? Like, no, absolutely not. Over the top Omega Shell. I swear to God, if I had the power, I hope one day I'm a multimillionaire. I will buy Webster's Dictionary, and that is the face I will put for the definition of shell.
Would you say True Underdog is the worst in the MK scene when it comes to this?
Yes, when it comes to shelling, yes. I have no problem with him being positive. I love True Underdog's excitement, and I love the positive energy he brings in. But I mean, for what all the greed ruined Mortal Kombat. Okay, that's true. He got that in there. But I mean, like, he does videos where his Tekken video that you broke down, right? Where he pretty much compared them both and did nothing but bash Tekken and praise Mortal Kombat. Talked about nothing good about Tekken, right? Or he'll do videos where, like, people just, he will demonize people's preferences and make them haters, right? Well, you don't like this about the game? That's ridiculous. You're a hater. Look, that's a preference, right? Someone who has that preference is allowed to say that because they paid for the game without being demonized as a hater. You know what I'm saying? So he demonized, basically, I don't know. I just, a positive in a manner that you know is fake. That's what I consider what he is. I love his positive content that's good, but the positive content that's definitely completely fake, knows it's not true, knows the state of the game is bad, knows players are leaving like crazy, still promotes it as this game where people are flying to like hotcakes. It's just not true. It's just not true.
Who would you say then, like, do you have a list of content creators in the MK space that you think are doing good work for the community in the game?
I like Foxy Grandpa because I think his streams are very entertaining. He doesn't do much opinion talk. He stays out of that a lot. But I think his streams are very entertaining, and then he posts the entertaining YouTube content. Sikander, I think he doesn't really do much outside of gameplay, but it's entertainment. You know what I'm saying? So it does a lot of good because, the game is dying. He doesn't stray away from that. The game is dying, and he'll say, good riddance, move on to the next game. But he'll tell you the truth, and then he'll entertain you for the rest of the stream. So you're watching an entertaining stream about the game, but you're not watching it with any delusion that you're watching a thriving game that, hey, maybe I want to spend my money and pick this game up today, right? If it looks fun to you, you will, based on the entertainment you're seeing, but you're under no illusion that you're buying a game that's like on the way up.
Who else would you say? Would you say Sikander? In my opinion, Sikander is very entertaining.
I like Loose Streets content because Loose Streets is kind of down the middle. I mean, I can't get with him on his MK11 take, but he says it because he actually enjoys it and it's fun. He actually he's not shilling. That's his preference. You know what I'm saying? So no one's preference should be demonized. I like ketchup and mustard. I do feel like ketchup and mustard are not shills, but they are too safe. And they are too safe because, unfortunately, Warner Brothers or an NRS has a habit on, if you are honest, if that honesty is not positive, they will blacklist you. And I feel like they have great insight. And if they were able to speak freely, so to speak, I think they would have other content that I think addresses the downside of things. They have to toe a safe line, but they're not shills because they don't go over the top of it. You know what I mean? They do a lot of tech videos and things like that, or they'll talk about things in the lore or other games or whatever, try to get people to understand. They just don't hit the negative sides of things, and I understand that. A lot of times people mistake just because you're not hitting the downside of things means you're a shill. You know what I'm saying? They're very informative and how they do things, but just because they don't necessarily hit the net. And sometimes you understand developers like NRS are very sensitive. You know what I'm saying? They have rabbit ears, so to speak. So you just can't say anything at all because they're just going to, I don't know. But they're not shills at all. I think they're great content creators.
So there's a super chat from Six Hurricane. Thank you, Six Hurricane, for the 999. He said to you, "I am the most watched MK1 creator ever. Tell him that."
I've always liked Six Hurricane. I think it's so dumb. People will say, "Oh, LOL." People watch him to see him lose and rage. They really think that Six Hurricane walks down the street wearing a mask, raging at people. He does that for your entertainment, brother. It's like watching Triple H when he was a heel, or Ted DiBiase. You know what I'm saying? It's for your entertainment. Six Hurricane, why do people watch that guy? He's trash. They watch him for the same reason you watch anything. Entertainment, which makes him a great streamer.
I've seen some of the Six Hurricane stuff on TikTok, I think, but I don't go on TikTok very often, so I think didn't he get banned on Mortal Kombat for something? I didn't follow the whole
I didn't follow it either. What happened?
I'm reading people's comments in here. I'm not going to repeat them on stream because we're on Twitch as well, but I don't know about all of this controversy about Six Hurricane, which is why you have never seen him featured on my channel. I have no idea about some of this stuff.
I have no idea. I don't really follow it.
Yeah, and we're on Twitch as well, so I know Twitch is very sensitive with this stuff, so I'm not gonna touch that.
Yeah.
Was there any other content creators that you had in mind that probably are going to be good for the game's future, or do you have any inkling on where you think Mortal Kombat might go following MK1's disastrous release?
I'm hoping for MKX at Combo Breaker. I tell you what, if you really want to send a message to NRS, MK community, make MKX at Combo Breaker this year a bigger tournament than MK1. That will be it. No shill, no anyone can say anything. Well, because the MK community is the king of, that's because blah, 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 right? The Crimson Shadows of the world, Vulgars of the world, people like on TYM, etc. If MKX has a bigger turnout than MK1, you have made your point and nobody can deny it.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? I might even go just for that.
They're asking for your opinion. Okay, I'll answer the chat's questions. I didn't avoid anyone, but there's a lot of names that come to mind. They're asking for your opinion on Fate and D all the way. I'm not gonna give my opinion on Fate. I'm not gonna sit here bashing him. Still, he's not even here to defend himself. We've done enough of that. But what is your opinion
on Fate?
On Fate and then D.
I don't think Fate is a shill, obviously. People will say
he's definitely not a shill, no.
They would say he's overly negative. But I just think for Fate is very much like, I think for Fate, he feels like, I started out talking about a lot of things that are happening now, and the MK community tried to make fun of him as an idiot. And he's not a high level player, and some of his takes, even if they became right, the reason why he had them was for the wrong reasons, right? He just didn't understand the game at a high level, which he never claim to. But I do think that he's angry because he had everyone in the world try to make a fool out of him as far as he doesn't know what he's talking about. There's plenty of defense in the game. And now when people say there's no defense, he makes videos like, well, really? Well, what about this? So, I mean, I just think Fade is angry because his takes have been demonized. I'm not going to talk about him personally or any kind of beef or drama he has, but his takes on the game, I think are, I mean, what good can you possibly say about it? About the game, you know what I mean? So I don't really have, like I said, I don't want to get into the personal drama, whatever. But in the end, I mean, when you're right and you want to rub people's nose in it, I mean, go ahead. It's a free country.
They're asking for your opinion on Dynasty.
Dynasty, I don't think knows if he wants to expose the system or be back into it. I think when they snubbed him, he was very much like, hey, I want to speak out about it. And then, like, why bother? I think Dynasty is like Switzerland, stays neutral. That's Dynasty, which is fine. I mean,
Yeah, they've thrown a couple. Oh yeah, what was your? I like D All the Way G.
I like
his content.
I like D All the Way. I like D All. I watch a lot. I like D All the Way. There's Nick Ops. I do like Nick Ops. But Nick just doesn't understand the high level part of a fighting game sometimes.
Yeah, I've watched Nick Ops's content. I strongly disagree with majority of his points. But I don't have anything personal against the guy at all.
No.
But
now, I do want to talk about Sajam for a second. Sajam is someone who just doesn't understand certain things. I watched a video of Sajam in which he broke down defense and offense now, right? And he kind of broke down the way things were. And he said there were just games in which defense was too powerful, which is true. If you look at some of the CVS games, doing nothing was better than doing something, which is unacceptable in a fighting game where no action is better than any action. But that's not the reason why defense is the way it is. Defense is the way it is now, and defense is steadily being toned down. The problem is they're not just toning defense down. They're toning defense down while simultaneously toning offense up. So it's a double whammy. Like if you look at Tekken, they didn't just tone up the offense and leave the defense the way it was. They said scale the defense back and then tone the offense up. It was kind of like a double whammy there. The real reason why defense is kind of seen the way it is not because historically defense has always been better. That's not true. Historically, defense has always seemed better because the defensive player never gets any credit. It's always the system that gets the credit. Let me give you an example here. Mike, would I be accurate in saying most people that come to fighting games are naturally offensive players?
Yeah, most of the time when you pick up a new game, you're hitting buttons, you're not chilling.
And so the minority are defensive players. That just means that just by the numbers, defensive players will have more experience against offensive players than offensive players against defensive players.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's just say you're a defensive player, a defensive specialist, right? Well, you're fighting a billion offensive players. But if you're an offensive player, the amount of times you coming up against a true defensive master is almost never. So when he fights you, he's like, it's another day at the office. Everyone's offensive. When you fight him, it's like he blocked everything. I couldn't mix him up. I couldn't whatever. And your common thing is, well, I'm going to blame the system. Defense is too strong. All he did was run away. And the system gets blamed. In Tekken, nobody said, do people really believe that Arslan Ash and Nee only won because they could pick an infinite stage and backdash? Take an average player and put Arslan Ash and Nee on any stage and see if they need an infinite stage to back away. They'll still massacre you with defense. You see my point?
Mm-hmm.
But it is seemed as, their defense was only good because you could, you know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And that's how many people in the world do you think were as good defensively as Nee and Arslan Ash?
On Tekken, it's Nee especially. I don't think anyone was better than Nee.
Okay. How and most people don't realize this. Even games like Marvel 2, which were seen as offensive, the most consistent and successful Marvel 2 player of all time is the great
Justin Wong.
Most of you were too young to be there, but I was there for almost every single one of his tournaments. What was really said about Justin was he was the best because he was above the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That cross-up reset that would hit you, guess who blocked it? Justin Wong. Hit the button at the wrong time, one frame assist came out, launch you Psylocke, guess who blocked that? Justin Wong. That reset, the bullshit that would hit other people didn't get Justin in those key moments. It was his defense that separated him from all the other offensive players. That's what made Justin Wong. But the defense of players never gets credited, only the system. Even now, when Nee made his comments, when Arslan Ash made his comments, it wasn't Arslan's skill as a defensive player that people talked about. They said, oh, he just wants the system to be back so we can abuse the defensive system and run away all day. You see what I'm saying? It's not true. But the thing is, over history, I can tell you.
I think Six Eric is hitting on you.
Offensive players from the beginning of time have done nothing but cried about defense. Is that all you're going to do? Run away? Why don't you fight me? They've always cried about it. Defensive players have almost never cried about offensive players. So what has happened is throughout history, the offensive players are the ones that have done all the crying. And what do you think developers have done? So I think Sajam was wrong in saying that historically, there are some games, very few, where the best option is to do nothing at all. The majority of games, the reason why defense over history has seemed more powerful is simply because there are 1,000 offensive specialists to every one defensive player. So if you took that group of, let's just say 1,000 offensive players, one defensive player, well, he's fighting 1,000 offensive players. There's only one defensive player to mix in amongst the 1,000. When a tournament happens, if they're all the very best in the, you know what I mean? This is the peak of defense. It will seem as if it will throw the offensive player off more to fight him than it will throw him off to fight the offensive player, because he's always fighting an offensive player. And a matter of fact, when you see two defensive players at that level, it looks kind of awkward because they're not used to fighting another player at that defensive level because so many people are offensive, which is why defensive matches look slow and boring, because it's so rare for the two of them to actually be in the same match. It's just historically the defensive player has the advantage because he has the experience. For every one of me you fight, I fight 1,000 of you. Of course, it's going to seem like the defense is a little stronger when they fight each other. That's the main reason why people are just historically more offensive. So, and it's natural for the offensive player to blame the system. When they don't give the defensive player any credit, it's, the system, or it's better to do nothing than something. And that's pretty where I disagree with Sajam. But for the most part, I think there are just some content creators that are very good. Like I said, I do agree with them. There are some takes, like I didn't agree with Max's take of, we'll just move on to the other game, or the previous game. Sometimes that does apply, but if the product you have is garbage, and most agree it's garbage, if you don't say something and do move backwards to the previous game, the next product will be garbage as well.
Yeah. So do you have plans then to continue talking about MK1 on your channel in hopes that...
No, I'm pretty much done.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that a fighting game player or someone in gaming hasn't tried to become the Myron Gaines of fighting games and just, just tell people whatever, because I think that would actually be profitable too. It wouldn't go over well, but I'm surprised that someone hasn't done that yet.
I mean, if someone goes down the route that Myron has gone down, especially as of late, they're not going to make any money.
No, but I'm surprised someone hasn't tried it.
Well, I've been seeing things on Twitter. There are a few content creators. I've been seeing stuff from Arturo Sanchez. where he's been putting out some very controversial tweets that people are not happy about. Even I think some sort of like relationship with Nick Fuentes or something was going on there. So I think there's a couple content creators that are like trying to push that a little bit in the FGC space.
I think he's going off of the cancel stuff of infiltration. They're trying to build a secondary FGC from what I've seen. So I think a lot of that is based on like trying to build a secondary FGC.
Yeah. So what do you think about the rhetoric that they're putting out with regards to the current FGC?
You mean like the stuff infiltration is putting out as well, or et cetera? Or
yeah, there's obviously that, you know, there's a lot of finger pointing at Jewish people. There's finger points at people within the FGC. Do you think, because they're going down the Myron Gaines route of just calling out everything and everyone, calling people names and fuck cancel culture and all of that, and like advocates for free speech across everything, do you honestly think that they're going to make money or make a space in the FGC for themselves?
If they wanted to, they should just call me, because I have the real truth of the FGC, which is some of the most crooked shit you will ever see. So, I mean, I would love to spew it out one day. I just don't want to be the one to spew it.
Is it so bad that you couldn't say it like now, for example?
It's bad, down to even the monetary practice, the contracts that some people had to sign, the way they were forced into it. There's just so much garbage that has happened over the years that no one knows about, that I personally wouldn't want to put out there.
But what do you see? What do you foresee happening with these members of the community that are they seem to be going a different route from the conventional community? Do you see them becoming profitable over on Rumble or getting enough people over there, or do you think it's just a whole bunch of controversy on Twitter?
I don't think so. I don't know that it's sustainable, because controversy comes and goes, and eventually the controversy is gone, and then there's nothing more to make content about. You know what I mean? Eventually, if you're going to be anything in the FGC, the focus has to be the game and not the controversy. Because once everybody's heard about the controversy, then there's nothing else for them to hear. There's no reason to tune in or watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. So with that being said, then I wouldn't advise people to go down the Myron Gaines route, because he seems to be exploding right now.
I'm just saying I'm surprised that no one has tried it, at least. You know what I mean? I'm very surprised.
Yeah, it looks like they are trying slowly. I'm not keeping up with everything.
But I'm just surprised it took this long, really. So,
yeah. What do you think then? Like with their criticisms of the FGC and them trying to break away, do you think there's validity in the things that they're putting out on Twitter?
There is some validity there. I don't like how it's related to a race or something like that, because there's no such thing as a race of people being XYZ. They're just people. You know what I mean? They come in all races, shapes, sizes, sexes, that are just one way or the other. It has nothing to do with their race or skin color or things like that. I'd never understood that logic, you know? So when you start actually naming out a certain race or whatever, I think that's totally false. It has nothing to do with it. I think if they have a bone to pick, they should literally name those people and say, this is why this person did this, that person did that, as opposed to doing what they're doing.
Yeah, I do find like one of the reasons I was asking you for names when we were talking about who's a show and who's not is that I'll talk to people and I'm always honest with people. Like I always let them know if I'm talking about them or not or whatever. And I find that a lot of times in the FGC, there's a lot of indirects that go up on Twitter and people don't address issues that they have with each other. And I'm seeing that more now with this whole situation. Oh, snap. Did he get sniped? Maybe we went too far, guys. Oh, I thought we went too far. I thought you got sniped.
No. I was waiting to see if my son's getting out soon and I got to head off soon. So I was just saying if he was out of practice yet. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, that's all right, man. Shit, I forgot what I was saying now. Damn,
Chat, remind him.
It's gone. It's completely gone.
Either way, I just feel like, you were saying why you were asking me to name certain content creators.
No, I was pretty much getting at the point that it's better to, if you're gonna, a lot of people just go about in a very roundabout way. They're like, oh, these people are shills and these people are taking money or whatever, but they don't name names. And some people in the chat were like, oh, Mike's trying to instigate something. But everybody talks about this on Twitter. Everybody talks about it on YouTube. But I don't see people pointing fingers at particular people. and so it's an open
No.
book. No one knows who's talking about who, which is to answer
If you're
people
going
in
to
the chat that were
uncancel
asking.
yourself, if you're going to say there's crookedness and cancel culture, don't say, oh, these X race of people or this color of people. Just say this particular person did XYZ, him and his group and his faction or his company did XYZ. Just do that. I just don't understand why you want to talk about it or give hints that says, oh, you all know you're talking about this person. Just talk about him.
Yeah, I do think it's better to just name the person that you want to talk about rather than grouping everyone together. Because from what I've seen on Twitter, there doesn't seem to be made like much headway in terms of like conversation, because it's like you're throwing a net. I'm not just talking about a particular race of people, but like over an entire scene. It doesn't seem to really benefit anyone.
No.
Yeah, there's I think people in the chat are talking about the same thing. Like I think the thing with my thing with Arturo Sanchez that I've been watching is that some of it seems more inflammatory to me, like some of the communication around him and other members of the FGC, rather than like trying to push for a new scene. Maybe I've missed parts of it and that the most prominent parts are popping up on my timeline, but I'm not entirely sure.
Talking about the Jewish part or whatever, I saw a lot of that from other people. I didn't see Art talk about the races or whatever. I just heard him talk about FGC, the past of the FGC, the way things are going in the FGC, but I didn't see him engage in any of that kind of talk.
I've seen quite a few of them doing it. There was one person, I don't know who he is, I have no idea, but he seems to be affiliate with them. Someone called Tenryu or Tenryo or something like that. He was the one that was like talking to Myron about changing the FGC. So I don't know what's going to come of all of that. I'm kind of just watching to see what's going on. But there's someone in the. Do you know someone called SoCal Honey Badger?
Yes.
Who is that? Because they're saying that they've been on the front lines this entire time, and that they've been fighting the good fight. I don't know what they're talking. I don't know about any of this.
So SoCal Honey Badger, he was very critical of NRS and how they balance games, and he would say you're balancing games for your shit netcode and not how the game actually plays offline. He's made videos about several things, the way things actually work, several tech, whatever, and exposed a lot of like the flaws and the mindset behind how NRS makes and balances their game. So he's been on the front lines for a while.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because he was commenting in here saying that like he's been out here talking that shit. So fair enough.
Yeah, he's been out there for a while. Yeah, absolutely.
Just seeing what other questions people have got here. Okay, I don't think I can read out some of those on Twitch. I'll be honest.
Probably not.
Twitch is very sensitive compared to YouTube. You say one thing wrong on Twitch and you get banned completely. And I've just started streaming on here again, guys. So I'm still trying to figure out what to say and what not to say on here. How much more time do you have, Tom, before your kid comes up?
Only a few minutes, man. So if you want to wrap it up, that's fine. My son's going to come out any second.
Yeah, I'll probably sit here for a while and chat to these guys before I close it off. But was there anything in particular that you wanted to say before you head off?
Yeah, what I want to say is, if you are a young player, the FGC needs to realize that when you tell this bullshit to young players, you're literally stealing their future. I remember a couple of weeks ago, I remember when I first bought this thing, this Tremor that I'm in now, and I remember I bought it, and I'm driving down the road, and my other truck is a Raptor R 2024 as well, and I'm driving, and I'm just going, man, it's like my last few years, I've realized how you actually should live life. And I'm like, it's like I was dead for the first 45 years of my life playing fighting games, caring about what people think. Can I win it now? Can I not win now? Why, whatever. And I'm like, who really cares? Because when you're not successful and you chase frivolous things, you tend to care about frivolous things. You know what I mean? And I think even I lost the fact that fighting games were about fun. You sometimes mistake the status you have as a fighting game player as currency in that world, and then your currency dwindles as your status dwindles as you get older, and then you realize you actually don't have any currency in the real world. I think people need to realize just the problem they're doing. And look, if you're there to make money about fighting games, make your money. If you're a toxic, positive content creator to make money, make money. But don't fool these young kids who they may not be as successful as you, but they will struggle. because of the bullshit you feed them. And look, if you're in it for the money, you monetize your content, good for you. But when you make videos and stuff, say that, say, look, I'm not going to attack the real issues or whatever because I monetize my content and I don't want to say XYZ about the studio, about whatever. This is why, whatever, because otherwise it makes it very difficult for people to really give the real truth of what's going on in the game without it being branded as negative. It's tough for the developers to really hear the truth. The only way things change is developers have to know what's true and what's not. And when you have a community where the biggest streamers, the biggest YouTubers are the ones who are basically the ones that are grifting, so to speak, because grifting is so stupid because nobody who's negative or positive about Mortal Kombat, for example, isn't someone that's not been around for a while. Grifters, they don't stick around in year 2, 3, and 4. They come and they go, I would think the positive ones need to realize the damage they're doing. They make it impossible for things to change. And then when things don't change, you have to realize you don't have any content to monetize anymore. We're all, if you're in it to make money, you're all tied to the same thing. But I just think that, the lie that is spread for these younger teenagers that come in, that they're going to, oh, look at this, you're winning tournaments, you're doing well. You get them hooked on that. And then they're 30 years old and they're not winning tournaments anymore. Now they're struggling. They start their life off much later. I was very fortunate, though, and it pains me to say this. The one thing that I would do in my life if I could start it over is never play a fighting game. Never play games in general, but especially not a fighting game. I'd probably, God knows how successful I would be in life now. I feel like I didn't start my life till 45 as opposed to 25 because I was too busy winning tournaments.
Because we spoke in private, and you, obviously I'm not going to speak about what we spoke about in private, but you're very, very, very successful now. And you were telling me that, like, if you had done what you're doing now, but 10 years earlier, you felt like you could have been like 10 times the riches that you have now.
Now I'm thinking it like, man, I want to be a multimillionaire in the next 5 years because I still want to be young enough to enjoy my success, And I'm like, my God, like, how much time do I really have? I'm 47, I'll be 48. In 20 years, I'll be 68. I have very little time to have success and enjoy it. Obviously I want my kids to enjoy it. You know what I mean? To have, a great life, etc. But I thought about it. I was like, my God. And then you give all that time to the FGC and what do you get out of it in the long run? Nobody cares what you did. You didn't really do anything. It doesn't count. And I'm like, wow, 40 years of my life gone for something that doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
What a joke. Everyone who's young, I mean, people need to stop this nonsense, this lie that you can live the good life in the FGC. It has to be a hobby. Treat FGC as a loss. If you go on that ski trip with a friend, you know what you got out of it? Enjoyment. No one goes on a ski trip with a friend and thinks, I hope I make some money on this trip. Treat gaming like you do any other hobby you enjoy. And that's what you should do. And that's what the message that should be spread. Not that you're going to win some tournaments or make some money or look at all the money that's in the Pro Series. That's all smoke and mirrors, man. It really is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you.
I like how you cover some of the real life stuff. I think the real life part of the FGC gets overlooked a lot.
Oh, 100%. There's a lot of, you've been here longer than I have, but I've been here since 2007. And I've seen a lot of people come and go. And the reason I asked you earlier about, is your kid come out?
No.
Oh, okay. The reason I asked you earlier about people losing things because of dedicating time to the fighting community is that I've known people to like lose their partner because they spent too much time playing games and trying to win tournaments. And I've seen it happen a number of times. I know someone that couldn't pay his rent. Which is why I asked you earlier.
There are people right now that have lost their partner, pay child support, which they struggle to do, but they won a tournament online last week.
Yeah.
And they'll call someone successful a loser. And why is your opinion valid? Bro, what are you fucking talking about? Somebody who has left fighting games to be successful, they call you a loser who's salty because he can't win anymore.
Yeah.
But somebody who is struggling but can win a tournament, they say that's a real champion, that's a real winner. You want to tell your son to do that? Good luck. At the end of the day, I think people just need to really be honest with things instead of bringing in these young kids under the auspices of you can make a good living, because you can't. Yeah, my son's about to pull up now though, but I appreciate you having me on, Mike. I know people don't care about these issues because who really cares? I want to play the game. But there are a lot of people who do struggle, who have lost relationships, lost jobs, can't pay their rent, all because they were going to be a tournament player one day or make some money in the FGC. And I think more people than you would realize share that story.
I think people do care, though. I mean, people showed up to listen to you, and there's 515 people between the 3 platforms. One, so people obviously care about what you have to say, and it's important because you were here from basically the beginning, so you've probably seen the most.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, anyone, if you're in the United States and you live in the DMV area, go ahead and if you actually are, if you look, what we're doing is hiring all the time. So hit me up in my inbox on Twitch, on Twitter, man. If you're actually looking for an opportunity to change your life, go ahead and hit me up. I'm sure I can get one of you guys a job if you're looking for it. You know,
that's good.
I'm here to help any way I can. Any way I can. You know, show you the other side of the world. Where you actually do pay everything and you do have like, you know, enough to really take care of everything.
I hear that, man. Well, Tom, I can hear your kids, so
yeah,
I'll let you go. Thank you so much for jumping on. We'll do another discussion again, I'm sure. But yeah, I guess we'll see you very soon, bro.
Thanks for everything, Mike.
Take care, bro. All right, guys, that was MK Tom Brady hitting us with some wise words. And what he said was it's honestly true, man. Like, I've been in the FGC since 2007, and I was very lucky because of the kind of guys I grew up around. But I saw some really fucked up things happening to people in the FGC because I'm not a Mortal Kombat player, I'm not a Soul Calibur player, I'm not a Tekken player, a DOA player, Virtuify. I float between all the scenes, so I know a lot of people from a lot of scenes. And you know, sometimes you don't really hear about those stories because these are people that they go 0-2 in every tournament. But I'd go and speak to them. Like, I've got a lot of friends in the FGC just around the world in different scenes. I've heard some really like fucked up things. Some really fucked up things, even from people that are like making top 8 or making top 16. Obviously, I can't disclose personal information of, or, you know, things that people have said to me, but Tom's not wrong, man. And let me tell you something, yeah. People talk shit a lot about Tom. I talk to Tom in private. The guy's got it made right now. Like, he's not joking. He's actually got it made. I'm very happy for him that he was able to like step away and change things up a bit, because dedicating 20 years of your life to something like that and then being shit on by the community for just speaking your mind. And it's not like he's wrong about what he's saying either. But Tom has changed it around. So there's people, I see them in his comment section saying, oh, it's just because you can't win, blah, blah, blah. Guys, come on. We are talking about games at the end of the day. But I also think, you know, you should have fun. I have fun with my games. I sit around with my boys and we play games. But I don't lock myself into fighting games. That's why sometimes you see some other content on my channel, because I'll just do random things. Sometimes you'll see my sister here on the channel as well. She'll jump on if I want to have a random discussion. I don't want to pigeonhole myself into this. I can't say what he feels in. If, like he said, his inbox is open, he will help people. I've seen the receipts. He does help people. I've seen him give money to people as well. So he's not talking shit. You can take that from me. Like, I speak to Tom personally. I've spoken to him for many, many hours at one time. And trust me, he's not lying. So if you are in his area and you're looking for work, he'll help you. He's helped loads of people. He just doesn't go around advertising it. He doesn't feel the need to go around telling people how much he makes or who he's helped. And I'm pretty sure he tells the people that he gives the money to, don't tell people I gave you this money. So he's one of those guys. You know, you get the homeless people outside and you'll give them your jacket or you give them your coat, but you won't take out your phone to record it and show the world. And so nobody will know you did it. But there's people out there like that will genuinely help people. They don't want anything for it. And again, he's been here for a long, long, long time, longer than me. And they're like I said, 2007, that's a long time ago now. Would you advise streaming games like Marvel Rivals if streaming fighting games isn't working out? I would advise trying to carve out a niche for yourself. Like, if you take someone like Foxy Grandpa, for example, I think people, or Sonic Fox, I think people will watch Foxy and Sonic Fox because they're genuinely amazing at the games. Like, you're watching a spectacle when they're playing. I ain't got those skills. I can sometimes beat high level players in a fight, and I can sometimes win a tournament here and there. And there were some games that I was dominant in. But if you're asking me personally, I won Soul Calibur tournaments. I won some MK tournaments. I've won Tekken tournaments. I've won Street Fighter tournaments. I probably made less than maybe £2,000 in the entire time I was playing. And there was a time where I was like moving around a lot. Me and my boys were like going to different tournaments and trying to play our hand. It's difficult. I would say if you're looking to get into content creation, and look, don't just take it from me. My content creation journey is still in its infancy, but how I look at everything in life is I've got a squad of friends, a very tightly knit group of friends, and I discuss things with them in private. Like, I went to Greece with my boys. We made a whole plan. We've stuck to the plan. You know, there's things that you need to do outside of gaming. Don't put all your time into gaming, trust me. But if you're going to do the content creation thing, then try to differentiate your content from other people's. One of the common critic, did I get a new camera? No, it's just StreamYards makes everything look better. I don't know why. One of the criticisms I get from people is that my content's all negative. I don't see it that way. I just see it as that I'm criticizing the games because that's what I like doing. I like to look at something I like and criticize it, apart from Dragon Ball Z. We'll deal with no Dragon Ball slander here. But yeah, you know, and then just talk to people. I like talking to people. And so I guess that's why people turn up to my streams, because sometimes, and I'm not throwing shade at any content creators that might be listening, sometimes people will turn on a stream and the content creator is just playing the game and people are just watching them and they're not talking to their audience. And that kind of takes you out of it a little bit. You might as well just sit there and play it on your own, right? And that's what I do sometimes. If I don't want to talk to anyone, I'll just sit there and play Yakuza on my own. So I think building a rapport with people is a really good thing as well if you want to do the whole content creation thing, in my opinion. But everyone's channel is different. Not everybody's comfortable with sitting on camera and talking. Don't nerf Yoshimitsu. What are we talking about here? The community's been complaining about it too much. Yoshi's going to get nerfed. Yoshi will be nerfed. Don't worry about that. But one thing I will say, you know, we're streaming on Twitch, on X and YouTube, and, you know, some people have some like really like they push back a lot on these platforms. They'll push back on your talking points. So like I said with Tom, and like I said with whoever jumps in, I've got the floor is open. You know, I'm going to stream for a little bit more and chat to you guys. If anybody has any pushback on like the Maximilian thing or anything that Tom said, let me know. I mean, what is there to praise? I can't fault you for only criticizing. I mean, the thing is that whenever I praise, my content is the reverse of Max. Max content is very fun. I enjoy watching Max. I go to Max to be entertained, and I think he gives good takes as well. And I think he will say, oh, you know, this went wrong and this went wrong, and then he'll focus on the positives. Whereas I will say, like I did in the other video, all these things went right, and then I'll focus on the things that went wrong, because that's just what I find to be a more interesting conversation. That's how like me and my friends, that's how like we grew up when we were watching anime. We would sit around and watch the episode and we would say, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. However, why did Gohan do this? Why did Vegeta do that? That doesn't make any sense. And then, you know, when you're trying to pick apart, you know, how did he turn Super Saiyan, blah, blah, blah. That's just what we found to be more fun. You watch Max for the intro alone. Max's intro is very hype. It's very, very hype. I do like Max's intro. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that, bro. Did you see TMM watch the VF Evo top 8? He was trashing it the whole time, said there's nothing good about VF. VF old heads got him so pressed. I mean, VF, main man can have his opinions on VF. I like VF. I think I've seen main man's older content on VF from like 4 years ago. I don't agree with his talking points, but it's subjective at the end of the day. He's a Tekken guy. I'm a tourist, as they like to say. I kind of float between scenes just because I like fighting games in general. I don't feel married to any one scene. I can't talk about what Tom does for work. You'll have to message him personally. I can't disclose that information. That would be a little bit fucked up. But Tom's doing well for himself. Trust me, he's doing very, very well for himself. What else are you guys saying? Esports was always a scam. The real FGC is still out there. I hear it. Really depends on what you're trying to get out of the FGC. I have a good time. That's how I look at it. I have a good time. I'm very blessed to have the audience that I do, especially because I've not got a gigantic subscriber base. Tekken's still open. Yeah, you guys still continue in the lobby. That's fine. I don't have a gigantic subscriber base, but the viewership's always very good. The conversation's always very fun. I have a lot of fun doing it. And like I said to you guys before, I hate editing. Thank God my videos don't require a lot of editing. So I have a good time with it. And I've made friends for it. I've made a lot of good friends for it. People that like King J, for example. I'd consider King J an actual like good friend. He calls me, we talk on the phone for quite some time. You know, he's somebody that I would work with closely in the fighting game community because I think that he's gonna. I think at some point Jay's gonna take it to the next level. I think he's just gotta get his housing situation sorted out and everything, and I think Jay's gonna take it to the next level at some point. 18K subs, yeah, we hit 18K. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. We're about to hit 4K on X. So yeah, it's been fun. You know, you just gotta have fun with it, and I'm very lucky that I have the kind of people that watch my videos. You know, it's not always all about the subscribers, it's more about the engagement, and the videos always have high engagement. The conversations are always good. So what's going on, Craze? But also that's also why sometimes people get annoyed at me because they'll come to my channel and they'll be like, why is there a video about Johnny Somali? I'm like, well, that's what I felt like talking about today. You know, I felt like clowning on Johnny Somali because he deserves it. Sometimes we'll do a stream and we'll be playing one of those Korean dating simulators. And some people message me being, don't turn your content into this, Mike. And I'm like, bro, I'm just having fun with it, you know. Sometimes the content will hit, sometimes it won't, sometimes I'll piss people off. You know, you can't make everyone happy, especially when the audience is getting bigger. Some people are going to have it out for you. I think the most important thing with this content creation thing is to not go in with the idea that you're gonna make money. I know that might sound silly to say, you know, for someone that is monetized, but I think when you start doing it for money, the soul of your channel really gets crushed. I'll be honest with you guys, you know, like I had that sponsorship with Instant Gaming, and the sponsorship was great, and you know they paid very, very well, and it was really nice. But I haven't taken another sponsorship on since, and I've had like maybe 10 emails. Now, one of the reasons why I won't take on another sponsorship is because I'm not stupid. I've seen what has happened to some of these content creators with accepting, answering back to emails and then getting their accounts hacked. So I'm so sorry to anyone that has reached out to me through email with sponsorships or wanting to pay for their games to be promoted. I'm not ignoring you because I'm up myself or something. It's nothing like that. I'm ignoring you because I don't want my channel to get hacked. There's too much hacking going on. I don't know who to trust. Someone reached out to me the other day about promoting One Piece, and I was like, oh my god, One Piece? Yeah, I'll promote this. And I was like, hey, hold on a minute. No, they're gonna take my channel. Why would I be promoting One Piece? What do they want with me? And it probably was a hack, you know. So I also don't want to take. I've had a couple crypto sponsorship offers, which I'm not taking crypto sponsorship offers. First of all, I don't know anything about crypto. I don't know anything about crypto at all. So I couldn't even tell you guys what the scam is and what isn't. Secondly, every time crypto is involved, there just seems to be rug pulls or something. I don't know how it all works, all these tokens. I don't want to turn into the Huck Tour girl. So I just ignore them. How do they take your channel? That's the thing. I don't know. I have no idea. I got sent an email. It was a very sophisticated email. Yeah, Rufamongo got hacked. And imagine, you know, like me and Rufamongo have had words on Twitter. You know, I think it's safe to say we don't like each other. But the guy worked very, very hard on this channel. And to see them hack it, I actually felt bad for him. I really felt bad for him because he's obviously put a lot of work in to get to where he is. It sucks for people to take your shit away from you like that. So I apologize for anyone that has emailed me. Even if you email me, I won't respond to it. You'll have to message me on Twitter or on Instagram. What's my beef with Rufumonger? We don't really have beef anymore. It wasn't even proper beef. He made some comments about the Mortal Kombat community that I didn't like. And we just had a back and forth on Twitter, and I didn't like how he spoke to me. He didn't like how I spoke to him. And we left it there. I don't hate the guy or anything. I actually think Rufumonger makes some pretty good content. I watched this video the other day about upcoming fighting games. I watched his Virtua Fighter 5 guide, but I'm not one of those people that will not watch the content because I don't like the person. I think Rufumonger actually provides some value for specific games, especially Virtua Fighter. So I'll watch his guides. I used his guide to like learn Virtua Fighter recently, but it doesn't mean I have to like the person themselves. Didn't he lie about somebody having? I don't know about that. That situation happened before I think I came back to YouTube, so I'm not entirely sure about all of that. I had the JBL scam or DM me on there. Yeah. Okay. Do you know what? Actually, I had somebody from Sony reach out to me telling me I want you to promote Sony products on your platform. I was like, really? After what I said about the PS5 Pro. So I looked through their Twitter profile, and the Twitter profile's from 2017. All they do is retweet Sony products. I was like, it looks legit, but if you've been watching my content, you know I took the piss out of the PS5 Pro. You ain't reaching out to me for a sponsorship. You want my channel. I blocked them immediately. That's where we went wrong. The FGC took the dark path. I was warning about this the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit all over the place with gaming. You know, there's no guarantee that I'll always be making fighting game content either. You know, I don't know where it will take me. I don't know where content. Like on my members channel, there's no fighting games on there. Anyone that is a member on the channel is just horror games and me playing Helldivers, because I really enjoy that stuff. And I was like, you know, I might as well put it on the channel, but I don't want it to flood what I'm doing right now on the main part. So I don't know where the channel will take me and what will happen. Tricky Eileen reached out to me, actually. I put up a post about Virtua Fighter and she reached out to me. So I think I probably will DM her about helping me learn the game. Michael asked when Tom was about to leave, do you think NRS not going with the Great Kung Lao angle to start MK1 was a mistake? They could have built on the 500 years leading into the first tournament. I mean, yeah, the angle they went was a massive mistake. Massive mistake. Do you restart Mortal Kombat's timeline again? You want to restart it again? I don't know. Do you restart again with Mortal Kombat? That could be a fucking disaster. That could be an absolute disaster if they restart again, but they might have to because it kind of sucks right now. What's my favorite shooting game franchise? My favorite shooting game, I love the Fear games, even though they're not very popular. Medal of Honor when I was growing up. Obviously, Helldivers, Gears of War, Uncharted. I know like maybe you wouldn't class Uncharted as such, but you pretty much shoot in the entire game as a third person. I would restart Mortal Kombat again, though. I think I'd restart again. And yeah, maybe use the Great Kung Lao this time. Yeah, fuck it. We ball, man. Restart the timeline again. Let's do it all over again. But don't redo Mortal Kombat 1. Not Mortal Kombat 1 this timeline, the original Mortal Kombat 1, the first tournament of Shang Tsung. Don't redo that again. It's been done to death. We don't need to do that. What they need to do is create a brand new original story that stays true to the original flavor of Mortal Kombat. Like the 2D digital games, the atmosphere of those games, they really had that down to a T. The real question is if they can convince people to pay again. I'm optimistic for another Mortal Kombat game, and I'll tell you why. There is no way you can release something worse. There's no way you can release something worse than Mortal Kombat 1. So at the very least, the next Mortal Kombat game is going to be better. At the very least, it's going to be better. There's no chance that NRS and WB are going to produce a game, put it through testing, and be like, this is good to go, and it comes out worse than MK1. Because if they did that, then I'm going to clown them so hard. I am going to clown them so hard, and they will deserve it. Have I ever seen The Boys? I've seen part of the first season, and I've read some of the graphic novel, but I haven't had time. I haven't even watched Squid Game season 2 yet, bro. And I really want to watch that. Solo Leveling just came back. I need to get on that. Am I sure about that? I'm positive, bro. I'm positive. You guys, you can clip that. You've heard it here. There is no way NRS puts out something worse than MK1. No way. I'm telling you, and I'm not talking about Injustice. I don't know what they're gonna do with that franchise. But if another Mortal Kombat game comes out and it's worse than MK1, I was gonna say I'll shave my hair, but I ain't fucking doing that. Yeah, Solo Leveling's back. It came back yesterday. NRS challenge accepted. I really, NRS, if you're listening, guys, like I'm looking into the camera. If you put out something worse than MK1, don't make me shave my hair, please. That's all I've got. VF said they are aiming to, what was that? Aiming to keep the game plain and honest. Yeah, good. I don't want more of Tekken. It's fine if Tekken wants to go down the, the over the top route. There's ways to make the game fun and engaging for people without for my PlayStation turned off, without having people like Clive in. DM Smith with a $10 donation. Thank you so much, bro. They don't need to restart anything. They just need to continue to build off the story they have. The story wasn't bad until the ending anyways. Just move the story forward. Okay, well, my question to you then, DM Smith, is how do you move the story forward? Because with Chaos Reigns, we've established the multiverse. Do you ignore the multiverse? Do you just ignore that now and you tell a self-contained story within that world? Because the story they're telling right now is not a very captivating one, I'll be honest with you. And yeah, the story has no stakes. Hey, what's going on, Kaneko? Yeah, he said, fuck that, restart that shit. It might be the way. I'd look Mexican bald. There's no pictures of me bald before anyone starts trying to search them on the internet. There is pictures of me with like an MJ afro when he was a kid, before my hair got too long. Not sure they're on the internet though. I'd look bald. I'd look Mexican bald. You reckon? Thing is, Ellie's Colombian, so when I'm out with her, people think I'm also Colombian. Depends on who I'm with. I can blend in with that crowd. Yeah, that's why I haven't used it, Kaneko. I'm not stupid. They're not taking my channel from me. Street Fighter story sucked. Tekken DLC sucked. Was this the first time that that you guys have seen Tom Brady on camera? I've seen some of you saying that you'd never seen him before. Can you include the beard so I can call you Mr. Clean? If MK1 comes out, sorry, MK2. If MK2 comes out and it's shit and it's worse than MK1 by the second year, no, actually no, by day one, they have to do a better job on day one. Then yeah, I ain't shaving my hair off. That's too much, guys. You're asking for too much. Michael wants to follow up with you doing a show with you. He messaged on Instagram, DM about it. Oh yeah, I do remember that, bro. I just need to find some free time because my week is very, very packed. I've got, obviously I work full time as well outside of doing this, and I have 2 jobs, so I need to just find some time around that, and then we can definitely work something out. I've got no problem appearing on other people's channels. I've known Tom Brady for a bit. Even stayed over at my place a long time ago and we grinded MKX. Oh, fair enough. OG in the house. VF needs to fix its story up big time. They need to fix it up big time. I really do hope they integrate with Yakuza now that we've got RGG working on it. Someone sent me, so one of the moderators yesterday sent me over a video of the main man critiquing low tier gods Tekken play. Apparently, it was quite an entertaining watch. Don't know if any of you guys have seen it. I haven't actually watched it. The guy that said this, Kiryu can't hit girls. He's gone. He's gone. And also, Kiryu has hit women before. If any of you have played the what's it called? Is it Cross X or something like that? Kiryu hits women in that. He hits plenty of women. You can keep hitting them. That the guy that said that, he's gone from Sega. And if Sega has any sense, they're sitting on a gold mine. Yeah, Kiryu's hit women before, bro. In an RPG. He's done full combos on them. Should we get, let me see if this video, let's have a look at this video that you guys are talking about. Low tier God gets angry at the main man for Tekken gameplay review. That's the one that everyone's on about. Yeah, they've been pushing that Kiryu can't hit women thing for a long time. And it's the same thing with Sanji in One Piece, right? He doesn't hit women. But I'm like, oh, come on, guys, man. Just put Kiryu in the game. If you really have to be sensitive about it, every time someone picks a woman to fight Kiryu, just switch him out with a palette swap with Ichiban. Problem solved. Let's have a look at what you guys are talking about. Hold on. I do find LTG to be entertaining. No, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I do find him to be entertaining. Let's have a look. I think this is the video that you guys are talking about. Is this the one?
Bro, view me out one more time, dude.
We'll be right there with you.
Because the cat meowed. Can you guys hear it? Let me know if you can hear it. We'll watch it. RGG said they want the fighting in VF to be even more grounded than Yakuza. I'm all for that, man. I'm all for that.
Yo, what up, guys? Welcome back to another stream. Yo. Somebody said, did I see the main man video? It popped up in my algorithm. I clicked on it for like 5 minutes. My name's an easy grab. It's easy engagement. Yeah, I seen the video pop up in my algorithm. Like I said, I watched like 5 minutes of it, but I don't like watching content that's wrapped around me because there's always going to be a negative stigma, regardless of what I do. Nigga, I could be worth $50 million. Somebody will try to find a way to be negative about that. I've always hated it. I always will. I think it's an easy grab. I think it's an easy view grab, easy engagement. I never said he wasn't cool, but I don't like content where people react to me and try to critique anything that I do in video games. Like I know gaming mathematics and what I'm supposed to do in and out the game. I don't need to play it down to a science at all. That's like I play fighting games just for enjoyment purposes, and I don't compete anymore. So I don't need to mathematically do shit, but I don't need to break the game down to a complete science. And if I do, off stream is different. Why do you think my win streak is higher off stream than on? I don't care to be looked at.
Is this so he's basically upset that main man reacted to him and critiqued his gameplay. Gaming mathematics is funny, dude. He is funny. I'll give him that. He is quite funny.
That is a nigga who's landing every combo, every optimal punish. Okay, well, I did this at 15 frames, so now that I should have the +1 advantage. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I off stream, 15 win streak. On stream, maybe a 2 or 3 or 4 streak. Like, come on, man. There's no reason to analyze my gameplay on your YouTube channel unless you're just looking for easy views, baits, grabs, and comments. Like, come on, let's be real here. I can't upload to YouTube. Why does everybody else get to upload my shit? Upload my stream highlights for what? Bro, my name is...
There's a streamer called Immo. This video is kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. There's a streamer called Immo, right? Keeps on re-uploading his stuff. I don't know if there's anything to roast him over here, but he just doesn't like people reacting to his stuff. I'm not sure there's much to say here.
It's literally tug of war on the internet from stolen content. Anyways, I don't want to get off into that. Yeah, so to ask yourself that question, I mean, to answer your question, no, I don't. I seen 5 minutes of the video. I watched it. I'm like, bro, I'm not even on, like I don't play the game on that level on purpose. The way I play fighting games now, I told you guys, who in here knows about the low tier god 2% method? If you know anything about the low tier god 2% method, I believe you could achieve anything by going 2%. Now, it's your choice if you want to go, 100% at something.
Wait, what? This isn't the one where he gets mad. That's the dude 2% method. That's kind of funny. Wait, hold on. I think this is the. I think I got the one that you're talking about, Alexis. I think I got it here. Let's have a look. This is the one.
I haven't played a fighting game on any type of serious level since 2018. Yeah, I seen a video pop up in my algorithm. Like I said, I watched like 5 minutes of it, but I don't like watching content that's wrapped around me because there's always going to be a negative stigma, regardless of what I do. Nigga, I could be worth $50 million. Somebody will try to find a way to be negative about that. They'll just be like, oh man, LTG, like he didn't deserve the 50 million, or he didn't really work for, like, what the fuck you mean I didn't work for 50 million? Like, I just literally can't stand content where people are reacting to my fucking content. I literally can't stand it. I've always hated it. I always will. I think it's an easy grab. I think it's an easy view grab, easy engagement. That shit is just lame as fuck to me. I never said
he's not lying there. He isn't lying. I mean, sometimes it's warranted in doing a reaction video. I mean, he does reaction videos himself, so I don't really understand the problem. But people do watch LTG content. Like if you see LTG's name somewhere, people usually watch it. I mean, the things they re-upload of him get tons of views. So isn't this just the same? I think it is the same video. Alexis, she's sending me all the wrong shit. Low tier god trashes on the main. Oh, okay, she sent me the right one now. Oh no. Is this someone just is he actually trashing him, or is this someone just taking the piss out of LTG? Because I'm not really here to take the piss out of him. All right, let's see what he says. I've had like 20 people ask me to react to this, and then Alexa sent it all over to me.
What the f does the Jun command mean? I think you might be on the verge of a ban. Why don't you tell me what that means? You got 10 seconds to answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Lamont's too late. Nah, my family hasn't seen it yet. They will eventually, though. They'll probably come down like February or something like that. What the fuck what he said about my gameplay? On me. Yo, quick question. Does he compete in tournaments, or is he just like a YouTuber? No tournaments? Then why the fuck is a nigga critiquing my game? Alright, shut up for the 8 months. Alright, end of discussion.
What's good, LTG?
End of discussion, bro. I thought he was
good.
an actual competitor. I thought he was like a real Tekken player. I don't know, it just would have hit harder. For some reason, I thought he was like a known, top tier tournament player. That's just what I thought. Bro, if I consider myself a Tekken expert, why don't I compete? That's all.
The reason that Main Man doesn't compete is the same reason that Tom Brady gave earlier. Main Man will probably do pretty well in Tekken 8, I reckon, in tournament. I reckon he'd do. I don't know if he'll beat any of the top players, but I think he'll do pretty well. But there's just more money to be made sitting on YouTube, uploading videos and streaming. I think Main Man figured that out very, very early. And was like, I'm not paying to travel when I can just sit here and make money and people will watch me, you know, it can be with my family. So I think that's the reason why he doesn't go to tournaments.
Man, for some reason, I thought he was like a decorated tournament player. But that's disappointing. Wow, that sucks.
2 hours later.
I never give mod to people who ask, bro. On top of that, I do not see a gifted symbol next to your name. That could never happen. It's a mirror match, so I won't be showing it on my screen. Nah, I'm not going to fight a clout chaser that keeps using my name for views. Especially now that I found out he's not a professional Tekken player, there's no point. Yeah, at first, I thought he was a cool dude. But I lost all respect for him for reacting to troll content, using my name multiple times for views and engagement. And then on top of that, trying to play like an unbiased approach to try to garnish a troll aspect about me on a video. Talking about, I see so much shite about this guy. I don't know if it's true or not. Well, dumbass nigga, you could have DM'd me and asked. You fucking squeegee. Yeah, I don't have no respect for that dude anymore. Now, I could like read between the lines about shit. Like, why the fuck would you even say that? Because you're hoping to win over like some troll ass niggas who clip my content, bro. Like, if put it like this, I would have never played that dude in no type of set or anything like that if I didn't think he was a professional player. I thought since he mathematically breaks down everything in Tekken, bro, I thought he was like.
Thing is, yeah, like, okay, the first point about him being a professional player, that's all bullshit. Like, that's nonsense. But the second point there, let's be real. Main Man he's online. We all know who Lotte God is. We all know what the deal is. We know. We've heard the stories. We've heard the allegations. Main Man was trying to play it safe. Let's be real. You say what you want about Lotte God. He's not lying there. We all know who this man is. It would be fair to say, in terms of like the online content creation space in the fighting game scene, LTG is one of the most popular figures. Whether that's for good or bad reasons is besides the point. He's not wrong when he says that. I'm sorry, he's just not. You have to take away the the hate that people might have for him and listen to what he actually said. Main man was probably skirting the line because he didn't want to offend his subscriber base and might feel strongly about LTG, but he probably also didn't want to incur the wrath of LTG, which was going to happen if you did something like that. So to be fair to him, he's not wrong there.
Like a European tournament winner or some shit. Yeah, he started off the video with sarcasm, ended it with sarcasm throughout the bullshit. I don't have respect for that guy anymore at all. I don't like people who fucking use my name, use my face for views, who don't contact me. And I don't like niggas who react to troll content. You're reacted to a false narrative video. I don't fuck with that dude whatsoever anymore. Nigga was not genuine in the video at all. You gotta remember, I've been doing this a long time. I can read between the lines. You shouldn't be reacting to troll content when it comes to me, bro. Did it for quick views, easy engagement. Put my fucking face on a thumb. All that type of bullshit. Like, man, fuck that shit. Like I said, the way he talks about Tekken, I dead ass thought he was a pro or an ex-pro. I just thought he was a retired pro that does Tekken content. I didn't think that he was just a guy out here dropping Tekken. I had no idea.
Well, okay, well, what I'll say before this video, it's got another minute. This is clickbait. He didn't really trash him. I mean, look, I've made videos on LTG before, but LTG didn't really trash main man here. We've got to be fair here. You might not like LTG, but this is clickbait. This is definitely clickbait. What are the allegations? I don't know if we really want to get into them right now. It's techie stuff. You know, like you do a couple searches online, you'll find stuff. But this is clickbait. This is just to annoy him and to get people laughing on camera. You guys know I keep it 100. You know, the whole plugging thing, yeah, it's pissing me off. That's why I made a video about it. But that was about Tekken. I'm curious to know what main man said though. We're gonna watch that main man video. I'm very curious now to see what he said.
It's not even no beef. You're dropping multiple videos on me, yet you haven't sent me one DM asking me shit. Like, all niggas do is just steal from me on the internet. That's it. Everybody on the internet just steals everything about me. Whether it be my voice, whether it be my face, whether it be my streams. That's all people do on the internet, is just rob me blind of everything. What kind of stupid ass shit is that? You funny as hell, man. That's why? Nigga, did you hear what the fuck I just said? That's the fuck you said when I said niggas been robbing me blind and just steal everything I do? What kind of dumbass shit was that?
But he's
telling you, man, there's so many fucking type zeros on earth, it's not even funny.
All right. Oh, okay. This is the video, I guess. All right. We're gonna watch this video because I'm very curious to see what main man said. I'll keep it I like main man's content as well, but I'll let you guys know what I think. But the thing with LTG, you know what? I feel like LTG could have been huge on the internet if he had just gone along with some of it. You know, like people clipping you and taking your stuff. I get it can be a little bit annoying, but I think there was a time where that really could have been marketed to his advantage. Obviously now he's banned on YouTube. I get why he gets angry about people taking his shit and uploading it, because he probably sees the thousands of views that the content's getting, and he's not getting any of it. I understand where the anger's coming from. Even if you're like, well, you did it to yourself, fair enough. But I get where the anger's coming from. But there's obviously the argument that he did it to himself. So there was a way. I'm telling you, in my opinion, of everybody in the fighting game community, I reckon LTG could have been the biggest out of everyone by far, tenfold. But obviously, all the things that have come out and the allegations, and then him getting banned on YouTube because he went live on another account, like there was a lot. There was a time where LTG used to do these videos, and he was sitting in his car just talking. That was some really good content. Immo made 100,000 from stealing LTG stuff. Yeah. I mean, I can understand why you get angry about that. Again, there's two sides to this story. LTG didn't help himself with a lot of things, but yeah, I don't know. It's just I've seen LTG for a long time because, like I said, I've been in the FGC since 2007. The critical times, that's what it was called. Yeah, that was some good content, man. That was some really good content. But obviously, all of the calling black people, I'm not going to repeat it because we're on Twitch. I don't know how Twitch feels about all of that, but it's even in the Urban Dictionary. The guy he managed to get a racial slur in the Urban Dictionary. So, there's two sides to this conversation. But let me see what Main Man said about him.
How you make Brian Fury accessible to everybody that wants to play him? Like, takes no skill in this game.
This is Reddit. Well, Reddit is LTG, I've noticed. Yeah, Reddit is LTG. Let's say LTG and Reddit are one and the same. They have a Raijin Fengwei and a Raijin Victor. I'm willing to bet money that if they pick up Brian, they will not reach Raijin with Brian.
This whole Brian is like super mega difficult is a load of shit. He used to be. In Tekken 8, that's not the case anymore. He might still be more difficult than other characters, but the way some people talk about Brian, like it's trying to navigate Noah's Ark or something. It's just, yeah, he's not as difficult to use as Victor. He's not as easy to use as Victor. Obviously, no one is. But Brian's not. It's not fucking. It's like they're acting like Brian ain't got power steering or some shit.
What's up, guys? Main Man Sui here. Hoping you're all doing awesome as always. I'm going to do a fun review today. Apparently, it's true. I just kept hearing whispers and rumors in my chat that LTG himself, the greatest fighting game talent of all time, mentally untouchable, he's going to go for the highest rank in Tekken 8, God of Destruction. I mean, there's so much trolling and clowning going on with this guy. Everyone shits on him all the time that I don't know what's true anymore. But apparently, according to my chat, unless they're bullshitting me, he's serious. He wants to hit God of Destruction in Tekken 8. And that's a pretty ambitious goal. Can only respect that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's really not. I'm not saying it's the easiest thing in the world, but I am not good at. I don't consider myself very good at Tekken 8, and I got to Tekken God Supreme, and I haven't played Tekken ranked for 2 months now, and I was one match away from God of Destruction before that. I can't remember if it was on stream or not, but I was one match away, and they rage quit on me. And then I went on a losing streak, and I was so pissed off. But no, it's not super ambitious. It's not super ambitious.
So I'm going to watch a little bit of his gameplay here. This is some a troll compilation, I think, on YouTube. But I just feel like, first off, it's going to be impossible. He has to just step one with LTG. Like, for example, if I was coaching him, would be like, you have to completely change your mental. Step fucking one is just admitting defeat. You saw this guy that did 3 snake edges in a row and you ran into it. You played like shit and you got outplayed. True. Say it.
True.
That's just step one, being able to say that. And it's just like, if you can't do that, you'll be your own worst enemy and you will never improve.
True.
Not in any real way. You'll improve by small increments here and there. You'll do a combo slightly better, but you will not improve where it really matters. But again, maybe he's better now. I haven't watched these in a while. Maybe he's better now. Okay, so now we're going to watch a match. LTG plays Fengwei. I can't see the rank, though. That's very unfortunate camera positioning. But I think he's Raijin. He's going up against a 22 Dan Blue rank. This is already pretty impressive. Fengwei sure is S tier. He has a lot of bullshit. Not quite as easy as a lot of people say. He's not Victor. He's not Alyssa. Does have a pretty decent win-loss ratio online, though, I think. But this is pretty impressive. He's made it to, I just assume, 22nd Dan. And he's going to play against the Lee. Lee players typically...
I really feel like I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like an elitist here, guys. I'm just keep it honest with you as always. It's not that impressive to get to Raijin. It's really not, especially with Feng Wei, because A, Feng Wei doesn't get picked a lot. B, he's already very, very tricky to fight to begin with. You can get to Raijin in one day. Easy. It's really not that impressive to get to Raijin with Feng Wei. I'm a Feng Wei player, okay? It's not that impressive at all. Especially for, like, you know, I go back and play some of the old Tekken games with some of my friends that are like top level in Tag 2 or whatever. They're astronomically harder to get ranks in those games. So no, that's not true at all. And I also, Feng Wei's not S tier, like he's top tier. S is like reserved. S, I feel like the way people like put tiers in games is really bizarre. Like I would say Akuma was an S tier character, but S tier is sort of reserved for the character that is really outstanding. If you have a bunch of characters in S, doesn't it defeat the purpose? Doesn't it defeat the purpose if you just put everyone's in S? Because surely Feng Wei's not in there on his own, is he? Anyway, not to get off track.
Are stronger than their rank. I think statistically, on average, League players have the highest amount of defensive attribute and stat. It's either Lee or Steve, I think. Ryan's are also up there. Okay, so he immediately gets magic forward here. And the Lee goes for 4-3-4. I don't think we'll see LTG punish that at some point. It's pretty tough to do.
Here we go. Back in 8.
That was super sloppy and lazy by the Lee. He didn't even attempt to forward dash stop and then let it rip. He just runs in and just while running 3-4.
Random ass jungle. Here we go.
And that's probably why this Lee is at right here. Any strong player will not simply run in like that. You're going to get sidestepped. I feel like LTG does the right thing here, but he immediately... Remember the sidestep video I put out?
I mean, why the hell did that hit Feng Wei? Let's be real. What the hell was that? I mean, he chose the wrong option, but why did he get hit? Fuck Vegeta, bro. Darky Diz, I've known you a long time, bro. You're fishing for a ban right now.
How do we sidewalk? We keep sidewalking until the whiff is confirmed. The opponent is done with his attack, but he presses a button here, so he's not going to win this interaction. That's just pressing too much. Runs into a forward free. It's a counter throw. And of course, just something, if someone just said something basic to LTG here, like, how do you beat Lee? Don't press. Be very patient. That simple little information, Chicken McNugget, would do so much for LTG. But again, when you know it is mental, he's constantly on edge, which doesn't help, which leads to him pressing more buttons, I think. But it has to be said that when
Well, so far, just to give my 2 cents, Main Man's not said anything outrageous. I mean, his take on where Raijin is and Feng Wei, I think, is a bit of an L take, but he hasn't said anything to enrage LTG, that I would say anyway.
When I played against LTG, I could sense somewhere there that there was a competent player, because if he wanted to, he could be patient. I think, I honestly believe LTG could be a good fighting gamer. It's just that he gets in his own way, in the most unfortunate way. Is this a coaching session for LTG? No, it's more like I heard that he wants to get the highest rank in Tekken, which you gotta, I can only respect him there because it's gonna be a lot of work. So I'm just looking a bit at his gameplay. But there he got 3-0'd by this
3 rounds to a mashing sloppy scrub.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It's like you gotta analyze your loss a little bit and go.
His name is hilarious, the BBC King. Oh my days, this guy. That PSN name is outrageous. Oh my lord.
Go like, what did I lose to? But immediately, like, okay, it's a fucking scrub, and he just completely dismisses the guy. But fair enough, he gives him the rematch. Fair enough. I expected maybe we would see a plug, maybe we would see a skip, decline the rematch, but he goes in there again. So shoulder in the neutral, which is launch punishable, and now we get these really awkward cuts in these videos. I wish we could see the full matches. Okay. Okay, he didn't plug. He just
thought about it.
Tabbed on console. He didn't plug. Okay, so this is a good round for LTG, the BBC King. You gotta respect that. But is this gonna be a comeback? I assume it's going to be. Nice break. That's so unfortunate. So what just happened here? Lee runs in and does a million lows. Yeah, just lows. Lows. He tried to camp over there, but got hit by 443, which has a lot of reach.
Unlucky.
And that's frustrating.
How the fuck I lose 6 rounds to a
But there, the lead player had a hard read on that. Okay, LTG doesn't like the duck. And then how do you do a comeback? Low, 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 low. It's super classic.
Yeah, again, so far, there's nothing that main man has said which is wrong. Yeah, the lead player was just going ham, but the lead player realized that LTG is not pressing the right buttons. I do that when I'm playing ranks. And as soon as I realize the other player has no defense whatsoever, which is funny coming from me because I have no defense, I've got high offense on this game. I just start going crazy on them because they're not blocking anyway. You're gonna let me do whatever I want to do. It's like being in a real fight, you know. You realize the other guy doesn't know how to throw hands. You just start going crazy. You start pretending like you know actual martial art. You start throwing everything at them because they don't know what to do.
If you really think about it, how many millions of times have someone done a comeback on you by just running in and doing low, 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 low until you're KO'd? Because so many people are like, we don't want to duck because mids hit so hard in this game. Many of my comebacks are like that. I just do mid checks all day long. And then when it's comeback time, low, low, low. And it works on some of the best players because they're like, no, he's not going to do lows.
Trash ass player. Bro, like this game, it just does not show who. Oh my god, bro! Like, what the f was that garbage ass even doing in the first place?
He's gonna get
6 rounds to a lame ass button mashing idiot. Only.
But this is where it's so easy to say, like, but if you're losing to someone who's button mashing, you're trash, right? Matt Lee wasn't button mashing. Eddie players, however, Lydia players, has he run into an Eddie or a Lydia? I can only assume its reaction. But I mean, if he thinks that Lee was annoying, Lydia rushdown, Eddie rushdown. I mean, I want to fucking jump out the window.
YOLO ass character.
I think Lydia's rushdown is more annoying than Lee's, but I think Lee's more annoying than Eddie, in my opinion.
Oh, speaking of rushdown, yeah, this is not gonna work.
This ain't gonna end
And again,
well.
Reyna players, they tend to be good. They tend to be good.
What did he say? The Reyna players tend to be good. Don't they have the worst loss percentage? I know she's the most played character, but don't they lose a lot? They tend to be shit. Like if loads of people are using her and her percentage is extremely low or win losses, they tend to be bad. Most Reyna players I've faced are shit. And I don't really see them at Tekken God Supreme anymore. I ain't thought of, I mean, I haven't played rank properly for 2 months, but I didn't see a Reyna. I don't see them anywhere.
Did not launch that. Down for the 1-2. Could have just done a simple down for 2 there. Ducks. You really shouldn't do that. Oh, drops the combo. Okay. I should have launched.
Oh, what the is this?
Oh, come on. No, you've been playing Tekken for... He's been playing for many years. I know he played Tekken 7 as well. Everyone launches Hell Sweeps. Even green rank players launch Hell Sweeps. That's your mistake. Heat Smash. Recharge? No. Yeah. He does a keep out tornado.
I mean, as a Feng Wei player, I can tell you, I can confidently sit here and say, what the fuck was that? no shade on the guy, but that was entirely his fault. He threw out 3+4 halfway across the screen. I know it's got a big blast radius and it does knock you to the ground, but that was way out there. That was way out there.
Mix up. That's rough.
He didn't know the string.
Round 3. Fight.
You're just waking up with up 4 for a juggle. Tekken 8, bro. Up 4 for a juggle. 50-50 with a...
All right. And he has this toxic relationship with the game, I assume. All right. He's uninstalled it before, right? He hates Tekken 8, but he keeps playing it daily, I assume, which is also very bad.
Fucking goddamn heat every time.
Nice, not the wrong two. But it's a fairly even match, though. Like, they've both taken 2 rounds.
I got robbed. I literally got robbed off one launcher.
No, I'm sorry. He didn't get robbed. He deserved to lose that. There was like 3 or 4 opportunities there to launch, to use a Sabaki, like to do something. That's why I was saying earlier, I didn't mean to like sound offensive to people that are grinding Tekken, but getting to Raijin is not impressive at all. Not impressive at all.
This attitude isn't exactly rare. If I play a Dota 2 match, I see 9 people express themselves in this way, except it's in Russian, in a voice chat. Almost every match. Or if you play Tekken, there's plenty of people who have this exact attitude and are just salty as fuck. And it's just, it's such a bad attitude to have. And I feel like no matter the game these guys play, it's always the game's fault. Or the opposing player.
He's not wrong.
Or my team. Or their team.
He's not wrong.
It's never your fault. And the people who say this thing, when they played Tekken 7, it was Rage Art. Rage Art was the new thing. A Rage Drive and Rage Art are so, so fucking scrubby, made to help out losers and people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. And in Street Fighter, I'm sure people are complaining about Drive Rush being the scrub move. V-Trigger, I think in Street Fighter 5. It's just, there will always be some excuse that the game helped him win. But at the same time, you're like, well, every tool he has, you have at your disposal. Certain people are insanely negative about the game. And people come to my stream saying, oh my God, how does it feel that Tekken is dying? Tekken 8 is dying. And I just want to say that, yeah, on Twitter and Reddit, they talk about this game like it's the worst Tekken game ever made. But when you look at the numbers, it's doing well. So those of you who like Tekken, I just wouldn't be worried. It had a good look.
We're not going to know how well Tekken 8 is doing until, I think, the tail end of Season 2. I think the tail end of Season 2 is where we're really going to know where this game is. I think people need to remember, I've said this 100 times. I don't know if TMM has ever said this, but Tekken Tag 2 almost killed Tekken, right? So Tekken 7 came in and it had no goodwill. Nobody gave a shit about Tekken. Their backs were against the wall, and Tekken 7 built up a great reputation for itself. And Tekken 8 has benefited from that reputation. Will Tekken 8 be able to keep the goodwill of the people leading into Tekken 9? We shall see. They are making some questionable decisions. People are not happy about the monetization. The scene seems pretty split about Clive, but I don't know, because obviously we're in a bit of a bubble on Twitter, so I could be wrong on that. Clive could be positively received worldwide. That's what I'm saying. We don't know where this game is going to be truly, or where it is right now, until the end of Season 2, in my opinion. That's what I think we're really going to see if Tekken 8 is okay. Also, it's important to realize, and it's important to note, Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter both dropped when they hit 4 million sales. Because when games hit milestones, they announce it. It's very normal for all games to do that. Tekken 8 has not said anything since it hit 2 million, and that was its first month. We have no idea how well this game is sold. None. This is also the first AAA Tekken game since what, Tekken 5? Was Tekken 5 even a AAA Tekken game? I don't know. If it wasn't, it should have been. But this is a high budget Tekken game. A lot went into this. So I don't know if this game is doing as good as some people say, and I don't know if it's doing as bad as some people say. We are going to see. But they have pissed off a lot of people, so we'll see.
Launch weekend, and I think right now on Steam there are like 7,000 players per day. The equivalent with Tekken 7 was like 2,000 at this point in time. So I just wouldn't be worried. It's just that it's an extreme.
Yeah, but again, that's not a fair comparison. That's not a fair comparison for the reasons I just said. I'm not going to repeat them, but it all comes down to the goodwill and the near decimation of the series back in Tag 2. And don't get me wrong, chat. I see what you're saying. Tag 2 is my favorite game, but Tag 2 almost killed Tekken. It did. It almost killed the franchise. I couldn't tell you why. It's a fantastic game. I absolutely love it. I saw Moonsault Slayer talking about people didn't like it because it was too difficult. It's too complex to learn 2 Tekken characters. Maybe. I think that people have spoken about the marketing when it came out, the competition Tag 2 had at the time. I don't know what the reason was, because when I go back and play Tag 2, I love Tag 2. I think it's incredible. But the fact of the matter is that it did almost kill Tekken, and Tekken 7 saved it. So we'll see if Tekken 8 carries that momentum going forward.
Really loud minority. And it's to the point where, you know, people like me who really like the game were called shills. I've seen FDX being called a shill. Yon Ding recently in an interview said he likes the game and thinks it's fun. And it's like, to certain people, it's almost like you have to constantly apologize for liking the game. But it's like, no, I think this is the best Tekken game by far. And when you look at the metrics, it's doing well. It's doing well.
It's definitely not my favorite Tekken game. I don't think it's the worst Tekken game, but I also think it's not the worst Tekken game just because I've moved on from Tekken 1, 2, and 3. You know, I can't look at Tekken 1, 2, and 3 and say they're better games than Tekken 8, but they also come from a different time, right? They come from a completely different time, so you can't really measure them up. I think you can really go as far back as Tekken 5 to start making comparisons. The other games are so old, and Tekken 4 is really different. I think Tekken Tag 2 was the best Tekken game, but I loved the complexity of that. I loved sitting there and learning all of these matchups. It was so much fun for me. The music was absolutely incredible. It's a shame that the online let it down and not enough people played it, but we can have a conversation about Tag 2. Moonsault Slayer made some comments about it. Maybe I'll check them over.
Fight.
Every scrub wakes up with handstand. Every single panic fucking scrub.
So why do you eat it then if everyone does the same thing? If everyone does the same thing, that means it's predictable.
Final.
That's Fujin Nina.
Bro, someone hit me with an unblockable like that. I might rage quit. What the fuck? How did he get hit by that? No. Not on stream.
With the Giga Chad name Biscuit. I mean, I've seen horses named Biscuit, but never a Nina. That's rough.
Final round.
You'll never guess how this sorry ass beat me. Woke up with a fucking handstand. This game is a fucking joke.
Round 1. Fight.
Right, but yeah, of course, he is right, Jim. That's good. Again, but Nina here doesn't duck down like 1-4. But which we can forgive. It's Fujin rank, and Fengwei is not one of the most common characters. But if you play a very popular character, you don't really get away with your mid-high strings. They start getting ducked at around these ranks. Hwoarang gets pretty tough when you get up there in ranks. I think it should be fairly easy still at Fujin, but Tekken God Hwoarangs are exceptionally strong players.
Basically going to spin, open up and block, blah, 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 spam the same fucking JB.
Should have punished that. Shoulder.
Bizzle juggles, blah, blah, blah. But dude doesn't even know what to do. So just basically looking for a way to spam all. Spam. Tekken 8.
Round 2. Fight.
My God, det var bra. Tänk a risk there. This does that. Very poor combo. And then here, just point blank back free. Maybe he had a hard read on
TMM's
LTG
not
ducking
He's an
there.
offensive. That's it. Here we go again. Spamming shit off offensive again. Soon as a scrub gets offensive spam out, they're gonna keep spamming with this character. So starts grabbing, spam.
Does he know that he has forward 1+2? Like Power Crush Heat Engager?
The thing is, yeah, is that like there's so many opportunities here for LTG to take this guy out. He doesn't know the matchup. He's just complaining. Like, I'm sorry, like TMM's not wrong here. He's really not wrong. Nothing he said so, and he also hasn't made any of the remarks that they were making with that LTG was making with regards to him. Just hasn't come up yet.
I know I've seen him use Kempo, but like back one, if someone's spamming, like back one, your broken Power Crush, like he has some of them up for 2. Does he know he has these buttons? I feel like his chat should help him out a little bit here. Well, unless you're seen as backseating and you get banned. But imagine if someone just showed up in his chat and said, I've seen you use Kempo, LTG, but outside of that, you have a 10-frame back one that counter hits into a shoulder. You have up for 2, which is one of the best evasive buttons in the game. And you have a broken Power Crush in forward 1+2. If someone spams, I mean, it would make his life 100 times easier. 100 times easier.
This player is horrible, and I lost 3
He would just absorb whatever they're doing and just
rounds.
blow them up.
This god awful, and I lost 3 rounds to him. How the fuck are these trash players up this high in rank? How?
Round 1.
You can say the same
But
for yourself.
dude, you're losing to this garbage.
Oh wait, guys, we're gonna talk about Tag 2 in a minute. I know Moonsault Slayer's got a video. We're gonna go over that. I'll give you my thoughts on Tag 2.
It's a funny statement. Of course, it's Salt, so he's not thinking about what he's saying. But how are these trash players this high in rank?
Please.
He's at that rank because you're a Raijin and you just lost to this. Or when he said, "Oh, we're just spamming Kip up all the time," and it's like, well, remember that instead of dismissing it and being upset at it. Try to remember and memorize what these guys are doing, and then you'll notice that 90% of Fujin Bryans, they do the same thing. 90% of Xiaoyus, Ninas, Chins, they do the same thing at those ranks.
When he said TMM made a sarcastic comment, he was talking about the beginning of the video where he said mentally untouchable and called him the greatest fighting game player. Oh, well, that's one of LTG's catchphrases, isn't it? Mentally untouchable. So, yeah, that's not really an insult. Fair enough.
Chances are, if you get the download on one of them, you can beat most of them. But you gotta keep an open mind and not just dismiss all the time.
TMM was being sarcastic in the beginning. Yeah, but it's just a bit of light ribbon. I thought he was talking about something serious. Just taking we're grown-ups here, man. Come on, he's taking the piss, you know? It's nothing to get upset about. Just having a laugh, right? I thought it was something serious that LTG was getting annoyed about.
That was a cool combo. Almost. Wow. Great. Skate Bud the Brian is on the motion match. Okay, so LTG is on Victor now.
Jesus. Brian hit so hard.
Shout out for the 14.
Why do I feel like Reddit would be on LTG's side here with that Brian sequence? Isn't that true? You would take, you would say that's so bullshit. Yeah. And they would sound like LTG. They would be LTG here, I think. But so here, I just can't be upset at this because here Brian is standing still. We're both standing still. And then calls him out. You're gonna press a button. That's a slow startup back one. Kablam. Now it's gonna really hurt, but it's deserved damage.
I think he must be acting. He must be acting. There's no way. There's just no way. This must be an act. Why are content creators obsessed with Reddit? Reddit's got a reputation for being more unhinged than Twitter. I don't go over there, so I don't know myself. But I even heard from Chad the Third. The Virtua Fighter community over there are not very welcoming. I saw some things from the Bleach community over there, which I wasn't sure that you could get worse than Bleach fans on Twitter. But they're not welcoming. They don't want tourists or foreigners, as they like to say, some of them, playing their game. Odd choice of language, but I mean, I find it all funny personally.
And here, LTG doesn't notice, obviously, but this is Soul Eraser. And here, you can on reaction, when you see that fist glow, now you can sidewalk it. If you keep that in mind, you can beat it every time. But I'm not saying it's easy. You have to practice that, but he doesn't know.
Reddit is a safe place. Well, I mean, I don't like using safe space when we're talking about the internet because we're online, we're all safe unless someone's doxing someone. But when you go over to Reddit and you're not from that community and you're asking questions, they're like, hey, we don't need you over here. We've been grinding. We've been doing our own thing. We don't want you. We don't want you making, like they said to Chad the Third. Chad the Third went over there and he was like, hey, I want to make some Virtua Fighter guides for the community. Virtua Fighter 6 is coming out. Want to get some hype behind it. Put out a nice, genuine question. They absolutely ate him alive. Ate him alive. You know that part in Fresh Prince where Uncle Phil throws Carlton out of the mansion? Not Carlton, sorry, Jazz. That's what they did to Chad the Third. They're rabid over there. Twitter's the same, but I think Reddit might have them beat. Reddit has them beat in terms of unhinged behavior. And that might sound crazy, at least for gamers. I'd say Reddit has them beat. If you're looking for advice, don't go to Reddit.
This, so he's blocking and you're going to lose. If you're at these ranks, the Bryans will do just mash out a Soul Eraser at the wall. They love that. And they'll do 2 in a row. They won't really use taunt, or some of them do know taunt back 4. Some Bryans at these ranks have insane execution. But that's why I said in my anti-Bryan video, just try staying on the ground. Standing up and trying to backdash or step a taunt or step Soul Eraser, that's really difficult. And even then, he can start doing Incinerator, like 4-2-1-2. So I'm just like, try and just stay on the ground. And most Bryans like this, they'll just whiff a Soul Eraser into nothing. It's just a really nice, just stay on the ground,
Again, TMM is not wrong. Nothing he said is wrong here. Nothing he said is rude. Just to answer the questions in the chat about VF, the VF community over there that are trying to gatekeep and the Bleach community that are trying to gatekeep, I'll say this to you directly. There's nothing you can do about it, okay? Nothing. VF is hopefully going to explode in popularity. Hopefully Rebirth of Souls is going to be a really good game. And you're going to have to hold that shit. Now, I would show respect to content creators that have been out there grafting, playing VF all these years, and now their game's coming back. Shout outs to you. That's great. But don't try to tell me that I can't do X and I can't do Y. I can. And there's nothing you can do about it. And I had a run-in with Bleach players saying, you ain't coming into the community. I'm sorry. Where's the door? Are you holding it shut? There's nothing you can do to any of us. Why? How can you? I mean, VF is even funnier. Right? Bleach is a massive franchise. Bleach is going to do well whether I play the game or not, whether any of us play it or not. But VF, it's coming back. It's not got a massive fan base. It's got one of the smallest ones. So what are you gatekeeping exactly? A cottage, a little hut, a tent. You want more people to play your game. You want people to go and play Virtua Fighter. What are you gatekeeping? There's no gate. It's too small. There's a gate on Tekken. There's a gate on Street. There's no gate. There's a zipper. There's 3 of you inside there. And you're trying to tell people, oh, don't come over here. First of all, you can't stop them. Second of all, what a dumb mentality to have.
Typically helps.
Yeah, it's a wire fence, not a gate.
Talk.
It's a string.
Shut up for the 14
It's
months,
a washing
bro.
line.
How you make Ryan Fury accessible to everybody that wants to play it? Like, it takes no skill in this game.
This is Reddit. Well, Reddit is LTG, I've noticed. Yeah, Reddit is LTG. No, Brian takes a tremendous amount of skill. And this is where I say to LTG and I say to Reddit, is try playing the character.
I actually did play Brian. He doesn't take a tremendous amount of skill. He really doesn't. He used to. But I'm scaling that against other versions of Brian. I'm not saying he's the easiest character in the game. He's not. But tremendous. Tremendous. Okay, let's look up that word in the dictionary. That's no. You would not attribute that word to any character in Tekken 8. None. Zero. Literally none. Brian takes, I would say, a decent amount of skill. A lot of skill in other Tekken games. Not in this one. That's bullshit. And tremendous is not the word you would use for any character in Tekken 8.
I can assure you that, for example, LTG, let's say LTG and Reddit are one and the same. Well, they pretty much are. They have a Raijin Fengwei and a Raijin Victor. I'm willing to bet money that if they pick up Brian, they will not reach Raijin with Brian.
Yeah, but that's not a good example because Victor is like the easiest character in the game. Who's easier than Victor? Who? What is? I haven't played Clive myself. Is he easier? Victor's literally play the game with your eyes shut. So that's not really a fair example.
100% it will not happen. Nice work.
We're gonna watch the same fucking combo of last 8 bids. This shit is a joke, bro. 3 rounds to a sorry fake ass online Brian player. How do you dumb down Brian, bro? Namco, you the lame.
But he just got counter hit, and now he was a super nice whiff punish actually. Forward 4-1.
As fuck. Imagine getting banned. Banned.
Imagine getting juggled. Yeah, unfortunately, we all get juggled quite a bit in Tekken. There, they're just moving around. And look at the Brian's timing. Congrats, you just got completely fucking owned at core Tekken. It doesn't get more basic than spacing like this and then calling out someone's timing.
Yep.
I don't know, anyone can be mad at stuff like this. Like, oh my god, he's 4-1.
Bro.
What's the point, bro? It's just spamming the same couple of counters to repeat the same combo over and over and over again.
But it's a snake edge.
Nice. Ooh, and launch punches it. He is not in heat, so Victor's expulsion is launch punishable. But that was kind of sick. I hope he doesn't do expulsion again.
Oh god.
And I just want to stress my sidestep video again. Like, how do we sidewalk in Tekken? We confirm the whiff. If he had gone with my philosophy or the philosophy of high level, he would have been sidewalking and then blocked that snake edge. But unfortunately, he starts pressing before he knows something has whiffed. He starts pressing in the middle of his sidestep.
He's not wrong.
And it's this mistake like intermediate players do all the fucking time. And then they always wonder, oh, why did that track? Everything tracks. Oh my god! Like,
Now hold on a minute, TMM. Whilst I agree with what you said in the beginning, let's not be flagrant about that. There's definitely things that realign in this game. Then they have to like nerf Dragunov again so that shit stops happening. And there's other characters that do it as well. Hell, when I'm playing Feng Wei, if you do Feng Wei's up forward 4, his hop kick, that shit will clip you as you're sidestepping and you're well out of the way. I've done it to so many people on stream, people that come to play here all the time. So let's not be flagrant about that bullshit. Even though what Low Tier God did was wrong there, and he's right, there's definitely a tracking and realigning problem in this game.
And they say, oh, sidesteps are broken in Tekken. Sidesteps don't work. Well, it's because you're not doing it properly.
No,
how many outs do you need in this game?
That's
2 rounds that I lost to on Wake Up Rage Art.
I used to think Rage Arts were were kind of broken in Tekken 8. But I honestly, considering how strong characters are in this game and what you can do aggressively with heat, I think the counterbalance for the team was like, let's put in the best parry of all time in a Tekken game. And that's what the Tekken 8 Rage Art is. It's the best reversal ever. It also happens to me. I press into someone and they Rage Art, and I'm the one who feels like an idiot. If someone is just mashing Rage Arts on Wake Up every time and I eat it, is he really being the idiot or am I the idiot? And I certainly feel like an idiot when I've done 2 heat.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're getting hit by it every single time, you are the idiot. But also, it does just break up the flow of the game. I think that's why people get annoyed more. Like, yeah, you baited me out, you countered me, hit me with a Rage Art, cool. But I don't think people dislike it for that reason. I think people dislike it because it breaks up the flow of the fight. It's like, okay, you're in Rage Art now. Should I press you? Should I what are we doing here? It's annoying. Like, it's another mind game. I don't think it's a good mind game, though. I think it's a shit mechanic. I wish Rage Arts weren't in the game.
Heat dashes. Oh, I'm going to do my 50-50 now. Heat dash on block +5. And I try and mix up. And the player Rage Arts. And I'm like, oh, shit. But I really feel dumb when it happens twice. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm so fucking stupid. It's quickly getting pretty repetitive. So we're going to watch this match as well. Claudio, Warrior Star.
I hate that low. I hate that low so much.
Constant tabs. Constant tabs. I don't know why he does that. I think it's so no one can see him getting beaten up or something. Like, he feels the opponent is such trash and it's not worthy of his time. So no one gets to see it. So I think
No, it's not that. It's because LTG has got the fastest hands in the West when it comes to rage quitting, and it's so ingrained in him from the PS3 days that he just does it instinctively. That's what I think is happening. Jeff L, thank you for the 1 gifted membership, bro. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think LTG is just trigger fingers ready to go.
he tabs out just to dismiss the opponent. I feel like LTG has to make a decision, in my opinion. Like, he has a very toxic relationship with the game. That is very apparent. Like, he hates the game, he dismisses.
He does to show him not losing. He hides it from stream snipers. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, you're probably not wrong on that, actually. That's a good point. That's a good point. He probably is sick of people sniping him. It's because his reactions are really funny, I guess. His reactions are really funny, so I guess that's why they do it.
It constantly. Well, I've seen other people do this with Tekken 8. And in my opinion, it's like, you got to hard commit to one option because what you're currently doing is not working. It's downright unhealthy, in my opinion. It's really bad for you. I would hard commit to either option A, which is quit the game. This is not for me. This is not fun. This is a game for scrubs and losers. I'm too good for this game. This is not for me. Whatever your rationale is, just dump the game. It's clearly not working out. You're super miserable. Just dump the game. See if there's some other game you like more, like Civilization or Dead by Daylight or whatever it could be. Maybe even, I was going to say Street Fighter, but I'm thinking there are some Rage compilations there as well. That's option A. Option B is saying, you know what? I don't want to quit this game. I keep coming back to it. And it must be for a reason. There must be something I like about this game. So you know what? I'm going to shut the fuck up now. And I'm going to hard commit because I want this game to stay in my life. And I'm going to change my attitude a little bit. Every day I'm going to try to learn something. And when I learn, I'll probably feel like a positive feeling in my body. And like, fuck, it's going in the right direction and I'm improving. And it doesn't matter that
He's not entirely wrong about this. TMM's not wrong about this. It probably is time to put it down. But again, I think LTG makes money off like these sort of things on Twitch because it's funny. Shit is funny. But if he is trying to hard commit to learning the game, yeah, he is definitely going about it the wrong way. He was getting hit by some real dumb shit there. But he also said he's not a pro player. He doesn't really care. He's using the 2% method, whatever that is. So, I don't know.
I lost every match I played today. Might feel a bit bad, but that's not the end goal. The end goal is to learn. And that feels good, you know, when you let go of this obsession with winning all the time, because you're not entitled to winning. You're not. When you play a real PvP game, you're gonna have days where you lose all the time. But you have to accept that. That's what a PvP game is when there's MMR and it's competitive. So I would just, if you want to stick to Tekken or whatever game you're playing, just accept the game for what it is. I'm not entitled to winning. I want to learn. And also, like, accept that you get outplayed. When someone beats you, it's not because, I mean, sometimes it happens that you might get cheesed out by something, but most of the time you just got to acknowledge that I got beaten by this because I didn't know the counter, or fuck, he outplayed me. You know, acknowledging one's own mistakes. How are you going to learn if you can never acknowledge you made a mistake? Oh shit, I shouldn't have pressed into that. Fuck, I lost. Okay, and the next time I see this situation, I'm not gonna press there. If you're unable to do that calculation, like, how are you ever going to improve? How are you ever gonna improve if you can't acknowledge that was my fault? So yeah, for me, it's like toxic relationship to the game. Option A or option B. Bab.
Yeah, sorry, TMM's right there. I mean, might not like it. Maybe you could say that it's a little bit condescending, but it's not entirely wrong there. I don't think that what it wasn't offensive. You know, he really made it out like it was a super offensive thing. We're gonna watch the Moonsault Slayer video next, but to give my thoughts on that, I honestly think LTG's acting. I think he's doing it on purpose. And to be honest with you, it's probably a smart business move, because the thing is, if he allowed people to, well, it's not that he can't really stop people from doing it, but he could capitalize on all that clipping to drive traffic to his page. I think maybe there was a time where that could have happened. I don't know if it could happen now. So much shit has happened. But that wasn't. I thought TMM was really ripping into him or something. Why he got so upset about it. But this is like, since I've been watching LTG, he's always, you know, not been the best player, but he's always been pretty entertaining. People ask me about his personal life. I'm not getting into his personal life here. There's other YouTubers that have done documentary series on it. I've seen them, yes, but I don't want to make the stream about that. Yeah, I think it's an act most of the time. I think it's an act. I'll be real. And it's probably a profitable one as well. And also, as a Feng Wei player, there was just a lot there that he could have done. He doesn't like constructive criticism. That's why Brody Legs offering him free coaching sessions rubbed him the wrong way. I'm not offering him free coaching sessions. I'm not the right person to coach on Tekken anyway. I'm just saying what I've seen. Yeah, all of those losses were entirely his fault. I've seen LTG act, and I can assure you 9% of the rage is too genuine to be an act. There's no way you're getting that upset over a video game. There's no way. Come on, man. What are we talking about here? Really? Jeff L with the $5. Thank you, bro. Are those Canadian dollars? I don't know. I need to look that up. Thank you anyway, bro. I appreciate that. I think RAs should lose armor. Oh, Rage Art should lose armor like the way super moves work in DNF Duel. That way people will use Rage Art's finish combos instead of randomly in neutral. Yeah, I'm not against that. I think that's a pretty good take. I don't like them having armor either. I think it's kind of silly. I'd like to jab people out of it for just throwing it out. It does break up the neutral. It's really annoying. DM Smith with a $10 donation. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Right, I wanna see what please get into Guilty Gear Strive. I've got Guilty Gear Strive. I've played it. That character with the book where the universe comes out, very cool design. Those games are not for me. They're just not for me. You've been coached by Lil Margin. Lil Margin is very entertaining. I really enjoy him. He's very, very chill. I like just putting streams on in the background. Get into KOF. We'll see when Fatal Fury comes out. I'll dabble in that SNK game. I've got the latest KOF game. I think it's good, but you know, not the best. Not my favorite. All right, DM Smith, take care, bro. Thank you again for the donations. Very much appreciated. Right, let me see what this video about Tekken Tag 2 is saying from Moonsault Slayer. Cristiano Ronaldo, bro, I will never, ever. I promise you, if I play Fatal Fury, I'm not using Cristiano Ronaldo. What I get, he's like the most followed man on Instagram. I ain't trying to see that shit. Right. Do you know who my coach was indirectly on Tekken, in Tekken 7? It was Eris, Joey Fury, and Joey Fury, the Marduk player, and the John. Those are the guys that I watched the most. Eris taught me how to use Feng Wei and Dragunov. And the John and Joey Fury taught me how to use Marduk. Didn't pay for coaching sessions, obviously. I just watched them online.
Do you see now the difference in our power?
This is a screenshot of every character and what game they were added into. Now, when you talk about Tag 2, right, they only had 3 new characters, but pretty much all of these characters before was in Tag, and that made it too much to learn, too much to lab, too much to practice, too much to remember. That's not why Tag 2 failed. It is, bro. It is. I get you guys try to run with that idea of bad marketing, but it's not true. So many.
I think it's partially true. Omar, thank you for the $5 donation, bro. Thank you very much. Highly appreciated. That is partially true. I think the timing of when it came out, the marketing, and just maybe the general sentiment towards 3D fighters at the time, there was a couple of things that went wrong with Tag 2. But Tag 2 is a quality product, man. It's really good. Yeah, it's complex. I don't think being complex makes it shit, though. And I don't think people seeing all of those characters initially would put them off buying it. Maybe it would put them off playing it after they've bought it. But Tag 2 was working off the Tekken 6 framework and then added a bunch of systems in. So seeing even more characters, better visuals, better music, better stages, you would be like, oh yeah, I want to play this Tekken game. You know, I don't really understand like the logic behind it. It had to have been bad marketing to begin with. The retention would have turned, the difficulty would be reflected in the retention. The people would be like, oh, I'm not playing this anymore because this is too fucking hard. Then people would turn it off. But initially, it should have sold well. It should have done more than what it did.
Many news articles from them where they say too many characters is too much to learn for a high level player, for a casual player. They said people struggle to play 2 characters at a time, and they couldn't do it.
But you didn't have but the thing is, you didn't have to play 2 characters at a time. You could play 1 character against 2, and your character would get a power up. They'd hit much harder than having 2 characters. I did that with Jinpachi. I ran people over with that character. He hit so hard. And then if they try to run away to tag out, launch them as soon as they come in. So you didn't have to play 2 characters. You could actually go online and use 1 character. And some of that shit was hard to deal with. I remember going up against a Marduk player. He was just Marduk. He battered me, bro. He hit me with a Valet Tudo tackle. I was like, oh my god, I lost 50%. So it wasn't, you weren't forced to. That was the good thing about Tag 2. I think they realized it was difficult. So I will let them play. And no, I didn't say I'm done with Tekken. I said I'm done with Tekken Ranked for now, which I am.
What in Tag 2? The people who play Tag 2 couldn't play 2 characters at a time. It having all of this stuff being too complex is why it failed. You can also say that it is because of like marketing and whatnot. Like one person here says bad timing. I would agree with that. I think Tag 2 did come off. So there's 2 issues here. It came at a time when Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was like clapping cheeks. Tag 2 was competing with a lot of stuff. But also, when you look at the game itself had its own flaws. Tag 2.
That's true. Tag 2 had flaws. But you can't. I mean, he's just pointed out the fact that it did come out when there was a lot of things going on. I mean, I'll ask you guys this: if they launched Tekken 8 in the same week or even the same day as GTA 6, do you think Tekken 8 will suffer? The answer is obviously yes. It will get cooked by GTA 6. I know a good portion of people in my own community and just the Tekken scene in general. Like, I'm playing GTA 6, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Might even say that myself. I don't know. But it coming out around the time when Call of Duty is destroying everything. Maybe there's other big releases. I think, didn't Tag 2 come out at the tail end of PS3 as well? Weren't we transitioning slowly over to the PS4? There were rumors that the PS4 was about to drop. Usually when those things happen, sales start to dwindle for a lot of games. It's not like Last of Us where that's a massive last minute release. Most games suffer when a console is coming to the end of its lifespan. People are like, I'm not buying that, man. The new console's coming out.
Was a bad game. It was fun. I love Tag 2. I love it. But my bias aside, it was a bad game. And I think Tekken 7 is a perfect example of that.
No, it wasn't a bad game. Not selling well does not mean it's a bad game. Tag 2 was a gem, man. These people are revisionists. Yeah, it didn't sell well. It almost killed the franchise, but it's not a bad game. Tag 2 is a gem. It's a fantastic game. It's too complex. Is a game being too complex necessarily a bad thing? I don't think so. It could be. I don't think in Tag 2 case it was.
7 had tough competition. Fortnite, one of the biggest video games to ever game. Tekken 7 still found a way to sell 11 million copies in that. And that's because the game itself was good. And also, too, you say Tag 2 has bad marketing. I say Tekken 7 had worse marketing. How many of you guys seen any trailer prior to Geese Howard? You can say it had bad marketing. You can say that. I'll let you have it.
No. Tekken 7 had better marketing. Tekken 7 had better marketing. As a matter of fact, I can actually remember some of the old trailers for Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken 6. Tekken 7 had fantastic trailers when it dropped, and there was a lot of hype. There was a renewed spirit when Tekken 7 was coming about. Like, they were really trying to earn the good one. I remember when the Akuma trailer dropped, people went mad. I remember people went crazy. Tekken 7 was everywhere. Like, no, Tekken 7 had better marketing than Tekken Tag 2. 1,000%. 1,000. That's not even up for debate.
But don't act like if they had better trailers or better marketing, the game would have broke records. It's just not true. The game all around was bad. Like, I'm just.
Oh, that's a reach, okay? You could, let's be. And I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. I like Moonsault. You know, I've chatted to him. I had him on the stream a couple of times. I've been in his. I like Moonsault. So no one take this as like a Mike starting beef with Moonsault. I'm not. We're just reacting to a video. But he said it wouldn't have been groundbreaking. I don't think anyone said that. I don't think anyone said that adding an extra few trailers was going to make it groundbreaking. Could it have helped, though? Yes. Could they have put better trailers out for Tekken Tag 2? 1,000%. Tekken Tag 2 has got some of the least memorable trailers out there. This is revisionist. This is 100% revisionist. All that Tekken Tag 2 towards the tail end of its marketing brought in Snoop Dogg. And I was a bit like, come on, man, we can do better than this. No offense to Snoop Dogg. I like Snoop Dogg, what he puts out in that, but wasn't going to break ground if that was it.
Just trying to keep it real with you guys. I'm really just trying to keep it real with you guys. Like, that's it. Like, you know, I'm not trying to trash on Tekken or anything. I'm just telling you that, look, I'm going to pull up a video from Eris, and you can hear Eris talk about Tag 2. So he's playing Tekken 7. This is Season 1, obviously.
Let me just say, yeah, Eris has one of the funniest Tag 2 videos I have ever seen in my life. I'll play it after this. It is so fucking funny. But Eris hates Tag 2. Eris hates this game. So you're pulling from somebody although, like I said, Eris for a long time was my favorite fighting game content creator, but I don't think Eris is a little bit biased, I think, when it comes to Tag 2. I'll be real. Maybe it's just his opinion. Again, my favorite content creator, but I didn't agree with his take on Tag 2. His rage on Tag 2 is legendary. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Obviously, because the health bars are yellow, so basically Tekken 7 just came out, right?
And it came out and it was just fucking trash.
So he's talking about how Tekken 6, he loved it so much. That's why he started his YouTube channel. He loved it. And when Tag 2 was coming out, he was so excited, just like how we all love Tekken 7, and we were so excited for Tekken 8. Yes, Tekken 8 is going to continue what Tekken 7 did. That's the same thing that Eris felt from playing Tekken 6 and going into Tag 2.
How excited I was for this return to an era where everyone loves Tekken, and it never came. In fact, it came in the reverse way, where not only did everyone not like Tekken, but a lot of the people who liked Tekken up until that point stopped liking.
Like, I love Tag 2. I played it every day.
How can you love Tag 2 and call it shit? That doesn't even make any sense. From what I remember of Tag 2, the competitive players weren't too chuffed with it. The casual players, though, they loved it. Don't forget, Tag 2 had that system in it, or I think it was because of the PS3, where you could play your own music over stages. Do you guys remember that? For a casual, that's a big deal. I mean, at that point in time, I was super casual. And being able to play my own music, I was putting DMX, X Gonna Give It To You over the stages. That shit was groundbreaking to me. I loved it. So from what I remember, casuals liked Tag 2. And the pro scene didn't like it because it was so overbearing. It's a very complex game. I mean, learning one Tekken character is hard enough. Learning two and then fighting two characters, yeah, I can imagine you get annoyed with that.
Moving my bias, the game was not good, and it was a complete failure. He'll get to the part where he talks about like too many rosters, too many characters. He's going to get to that, right? He's going to get to the part, because you guys think that too many characters on the roster is not an issue. I think it's definitely an issue. If you want to go there, we can.
If too many characters on a roster is an issue, then explain Smash Brothers. Right? Smash Brothers has got a gigantic roster. Must take ages to learn those matchups. They just kept adding and adding and adding to it, and it's hyper successful. I don't think that's the problem here. There's a disconnect with Tag 2, don't get me wrong, but I don't think a gigantic roster is the problem. And don't forget, Tekken 7's roster is massive. Tekken 7's roster is huge. So I don't know, and let's assume that Tekken 8 is doing well, right? Let's assume it's doing well, and Bandai Namco wants to support this game with 4 characters a year. Let's say that they support that for 6 years. That's a lot of fucking characters. That is a lot of characters. How many characters has Tekken 7 got? 50. Let me check. How many characters does Tekken 7 have? How many characters in Tekken 7? 51. There's 51. How many characters in Tag 2? 59. What are we saying here? And clone characters as well. And clone. Right? So if you take away the clones, how many clones are there in Tekken Tag 2? There's quite a few of them. Violet and Lee. Those are the only two I can remember off the top of my head. But there was Eddie and, was it Tiger? It was Christy in there as well. Yeah, there were 3 capos. It's not the roster size. I think Tekken 8 is going to have a bigger roster than Tekken 7. It might, if this game is actually doing well and it's actually making a ton of money and there's no need to bring out a new game, it might end up reaching Tag 2 levels. It might. I mean, if they're just selling characters like crazy, selling battle passes. We also had Combat and Mokujin in Tag 2. This is cap. This is what I mean. Like, there needs to be a little bit more nuance in the discussion. What Moonsault Slayer has done is he's looked at the number, he's seen 59, he's gone 8. That's a big fucking number. Now, yeah, it's true. Fighting 2 characters at once is annoying, but a lot of people were lazy on Tag 2 and they just used the palette swaps. I remember watching Fighting GM. He was using Lee and Violet. There was Lily and Sebastian. Bob and Slim Bob. Actually, when you put that all together, how many clone characters are in Tekken Tag 2 now that we think about it? Because it's sounding to me that there might be more characters in Tekken 7 in terms of individual characters than Tag 2. So this point doesn't really make sense. There's 9 clone characters, right? So there's 59 characters in Tekken Tag 2, 9 clones. 9 clones, that brings it down to 50. There's 51 characters in Tekken 7 with 1 clone, right? The Bears. That means they have the same size roster. Oh, there's 11 clones. Okay, there's 11 clones. All right, cool. So it has less characters then. Really? With oh yeah, Xiao Yu and Miharu. Forgot about that. Jun and Unknown. Well, actually, wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure Jun and Unknown played somewhat differently. They were different. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is not good. This is not the reason that Tekken Tag 2 failed. That is cap. Bear in mind as well that Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 also added systems into the game. Rage Arts, Power Crush. Now we got Heat. The systems become convoluted. The system in Tekken Tag 2 were not that hard to wrap your head around. You had Tag Crash and people flying in and whatever, but it was kind of easy to understand what was going on. The systems weren't overbearing and it had Rage. So this is cap. It's actually 15 clones. Well, there you go. 15 clones. It actually has. Thank you, chat. Thank you. So no, this is a bullshit reason. Moonsalt. Sorry, my friend. We're friends. We're cool. Me and Moonslate are cool, but this is a bullshit point. That is not why the game failed. Absolutely not. I call BS.
Okay, let's keep going. It's not a personal opinion. Tag 2 wasn't supposed.
What was that laugh? That was some Seth Rollins laugh. Oh shit, I forgot. Raw's on Netflix tonight as well. Damn, I forgot about that. Fate Moonsault just reminded me. And The Rock is coming back, guys. The Rock confirmed on Twitter he's back for Netflix.
Reported the way Tekken 7 was, no DLC, no patches. That's not true. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 did have DLC. It had 1 DLC stage and it had about 6 DLC characters. So that's not true.
To summarize it, Tekken Tag...
And it was also free. Tekken Tag 2's DLC was free. Because a lot of them were clones as well, don't forget. Just dumped them. They just dumped this free update in. Which is, it's fine. I don't mind. If they dumped a bunch of clones into Tekken 8, I'm not going to complain if it's all free. If it bloats the roster, but, it's whatever.
2 was too complex for no reason. An already complicated game, it requires you to not only learn to use 2 characters, but defend against 2 characters. And on top of that, the inclusion of Tag Crash and Tag Assault and Wall Tag created so many variables that you would need someone who's got a couple of screws loose upstairs to really take the time to learn all of the little intricacies involved.
I don't agree with that. Whilst it's true that it did create a lot of variables, he's talking like you're trying to decipher the Codex Gigas or something. Again, don't get me wrong. Aris, historically, my favorite fighting game content creator when he was doing that. I know he's moved away from it now. But I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I highly disagree with that, maybe.
Control that piece of shit game.
I brought up this video for a reason.
This game is much more easy to control for more people. And as a result, it's easier to watch.
You guys don't like the fact that Tekken simplifies, right? But I support it to a degree. I think Tekken 8 is pushing it too far in many different ways, but I think Tekken 7 was a very good balance. You don't need to make the game like Tekken fans act like the more complicated something is, the better it is to do. And that's not true. Like, there is a such thing as too complicated, and Tak 2 was that. It was way too complicated for no reason at all. And of course, I was a new.
Okay, wait. Let's calm down. Tekken Tag 2, yes, it's a harder game to play than Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. I will agree. They are acting like this is Journey to the West or something, and you're going to be fighting tigers on the way there just to understand the bare basics. It's difficult. It is difficult. And it's also difficult to defend against two characters, but it's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. If they introduced a tag system into Tekken 8, right? Forget the tag mechanics, just a one single tag mechanic where you switch in and switch out. I don't think people would be that lost, even in Tekken 7. There's technically more unique characters in Tekken 7. And Tekken 7 is like very, very heavy on the defense as well, which, you know, Tag 2, although it was like the backdashing was crazy in that game and the sidestepping was good, it's a very offensive game as well. But they're really talking like it's rocket science. It's really not. It's not. And again, I've got the proof on my channel, guys. I played Tag 2 from beginning to end. I played it with King J. I played it with I've forgotten his name. It was Real Menace. I played it Real Menace against this True Ogre. That was really annoying. I played with these guys. Like, it's not acting like it's Counter-Strike or some shit.
New person at the time playing the game, so I had no clue how complicated it was. But I remember not being able to do anything. I was trying to learn how to play that game, and I was having fun, but I could not do anything. And you know what I ended up doing in Tag 2? Since I didn't know how to do anything, I started to abuse Yoshimitsu's unblockables, because his unblockables did insane damage. You had the game being super complex, and no one could understand it. But then you also had so much broken garbage in the game. This idea that Tekken needs to be ultra complex is a stupid idea. You can definitely simplify character. Look at Jin Kazama. Jin Kazama is the greatest example of it, bro. He had the absolute worst win rate in the whole game. And that's simply because a lot of people, they did not look at him. He's down.
If he's going where I think he's going with this point, I'm about to get annoyed. They bastardized Jin Kazama in Tekken 8. Tekken 7 Jin was a work of art. A work of art. What is this? Don't you think that's a bit anecdotal because you're good at it and weren't a beginner going into it though? No, I wasn't that good at Tekken 8, Tekken Tag 2, to be honest with you. I was playing against Lion-O. Take care, Medi. Take care, bro. I was playing against Lion-O, Cobra Commander, you know, King J. They were sick at the game. I was getting battered at that game. I don't think I was good at Tekken 8, Tekken Tag 2 until the end of Tekken 7 when I was still dabbling in Tag 2 because I enjoyed it. Then I got good. But back in those days when the game was active, I was going to tournament and going 0-2. I couldn't catch a break on that game. But I could see, like I was talking to them, and I could see what I was going wrong. They're really acting like it's rocket science. It's not. It's really, really not. I really do hope they do a remaster or they repackage Tag 2 and they bring it out, and you guys will see for yourself. It's not what they're making it out to be. I promise you. If you want to say it's the hardest Tekken game, I could say yeah, probably. Tekken Tag 2 will probably be the hardest one to stay consistent at, but it's not as hard as they're making out. And also, if you played Tekken 6, then yeah, there was a lot of systems that carried over. So people that played Tekken 6, they'll have some understanding. It shouldn't. But anyway, this Jin Kazama point that he's getting on, no. Jin is a shell of his former self in Tekken 8. I will die on that hill. I think I already got cooked on Twitter for saying that. I will continue to say it. They really designed Jin to a T in Tekken 7. And his win rate was so low because he was so complex to use. Now anyone can use Jin. That's why his win rate is so high. Anyone can use him. Obviously, if you make a character mega powerful and the objective of the game is to win, people are going to pick the mega powerful character. It doesn't necessarily mean that what they've done to the character is a good thing, people are just going to go where the power is. And the power lies with Jin in this game, a lot of it anyway. So no, they fucked up Jin. I'm sorry. Jin used to be someone where you come up against the Jin online and he beats you up, you deserve to take that beating because he was sick at the game. Now it's like whatever, you beat me with Jin. Cool.
Down at the bottom, a lot of people just simply could not understand how to use Jin Kazama. They made him simpler. Everyone
look at that. Jin and Yoshimitsu. Another character that was tough to get wins with. You didn't really see Yoshi that much, you know. I don't know if you guys remember a player called iMusician, but it was a spectacle watching iMusician destroy people because you never saw it. Now Jin and Yoshi are everywhere, because they were made to be played by everyone. They bastardized the characters, and the thing is with Yoshi, they didn't change too much from Yoshi. I think the system that Yoshi has been put in has made him ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong, they've definitely buffed things on him, but the heat system and the way health regen works in conjunction with Yoshimitsu's health regen and just the way he evades things in this game, he's come into a system that has heavily benefited him.
cried about it at the start. Oh no, they're making the DSS easier. They're making the L sweeps easier. But now everyone who was crying about it is now benefiting from it. Trash.
Tag 2 is a masterpiece of a game if you consider what's in.
No, hold on. What did he just say? Say that again, please. Like, hold on. Before he says that, that's a terrible point. Obviously, if you make a character ridiculously powerful, people are going to benefit from it. It doesn't mean it's good design. Those are two separate. Listen, if you give Feng Wei the ability, you know, in Feng Wei's Rage Out where he punches to the sky and the dragon comes out of it. If you give me the ability to shoot dragons at you on the screen, yeah, I'm going to benefit from it. I'm shooting dragons at you, shooting dragons out of my eyeballs. Does that mean the design is better? No, you just made my character stronger, and now I can get away with murder. I don't understand how you can't differentiate the two things. I really don't understand. This is an awful take. This is an awful take.
Tag 2 is a masterpiece of a game if you consider what's in it as like a toy or a sandbox type of a game. But competitively, it was outrageous.
When I first started playing,
there it is. Didn't I say that earlier? It is a gem of a game. Tag 2 is fantastic. Tag 2 is genuinely fantastic. Competitively, yes, I can imagine it is a lot to deal with. But it's a great game. You can't call something shit and then say it's a pile of shit and then it's also a masterpiece. That doesn't really make any sense. Yes, it can be a nightmare competitively, but Tekken Tag 2 was a fantastic game. I think Tekken Tag 2 was a victim of its time. I really honestly do, because there was a time that 3D games went through where people really started to turn on them. They were like, we're out. I think there was a lot of contributing factors to that. And then also at that time, if I remember correctly, shooting games had just exploded and taken over a bunch of fan bases as well. Maybe that's not fair though, because there's going to be other games that are doing well at the same time. Either way, if you haven't played Tekken Tag 2, I highly recommend it. Tekken Tag 2 is incredible, but as a competitive player, yeah, I can imagine it would have been an absolute nightmare.
in Tag 2, it was this game where I could like theoretically do anything, right? I just didn't know how to do it. I never could figure it out. But the option was always there. The possibilities of doing it was always there. But the game was so complex to where you can never reach it.
And a lot of people are like,
wait, hold on. This isn't true, Kisame. You weren't forced to play tag. You could actually just pick one character in Tekken Tag 2, and it was actually very effective. I did it in tournament against someone. I used only Jinpachi when I wasn't sure about Ancient Ogre, Feng Wei, or Marduk. I was still a bit rocky. I picked Jinpachi, and what happens in Tekken Tag 2 is when you pick one character instead of a tag team partner, your character gets a power boost. Now, you can imagine Jinpachi already being somebody that probably hits the hardest in the game, getting a power boost. I was throwing people around the stage like they were nothing. So you don't have to. And also, you can go online and you can pick one character. So you didn't have to. You weren't forced to. If you didn't want to use the character, unlike MK1, you have to use a cameo. But the option was there.
Like, oh yeah, he's just not good at it. Well, that's true.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You guys are trying to say like I'm a kid and I'm not good at it. That's literally what you guys, bro. This is why I pulled up this video. That's literally what you guys are doing right now. Oh, he's not good at it. Since I'm saying what I'm saying about Tag 2, you guys are trying to respond with, oh, well, that's because you just weren't good at it.
And a lot of people are.
Yeah, that's a dumb response. His skill level on Tag 2 does not change the conversation. And that's really, I hate when people do that. It's just like, really, are we 10 years old? It's not about your skill. It's just observing what was happening at the time. But, there's already a couple of points in here that have nothing to do with skill and more about observation, what's going on around you. I really don't think the roster size was the issue.
Are like, oh yeah, he's just not good at it. Well, that's true. As I said, the only people good at it are the same people who like the taste of shit. And you're right. I'm not good at that either. If that's an insult, like, Harris isn't good at eating shit. Well, yeah, all right. You got me there.
Harris is trolling. He's trolling. You had to lock in hard on Tag 2 to be good at it. That's true. And figuratively speaking, you had to eat a lot of shit to get to that point. Which, you have to eat a lot of shit on all Tekken games, but you had to eat the most shit on Tag 2 because it had arguably the most stuff going on. That doesn't make it a bad game, though. Like, you have to deal with matchups. Matchups can be shit to deal with in all games, but I just don't agree with these points at all, man.
Concede. You win this round.
All of those names he just tag, a crash, tag, assault. Do you even know what those are? What'd you say? Someone said something that I want to also make fun of. The idea is you end up adding too much to the game, whether it be characters, mechanics, or whatever, and the game gets worse because of it. The people who think that if you continuously add to something, that can't make it an issue, I mean, you're delusional. Anything. You heard the saying, too much of anything is bad? Yes, too many characters is 100% bad. When Tekken 7 got trash is when they had 50 characters in the game. When they were at 30, 40, perfect. 50, now everyone's getting blown up by random guards.
Nah, that's knowledge checks. Again, I refer back to Super Smash Bros. They kept adding and adding and adding and adding. And the Smash Bros at a high level, you do have to know what you're doing. You got to learn the matchups. You get blown up in that game quite quickly. I've played high level Smash. As a matter of fact, my brother was a high level Smash player. He was a very high level Luigi player. And Smash Bros kept adding and adding and adding. And Smash Bros has its own variables as well. So no, I don't think that. I think Tekken 8 is only going to get better with more characters in, because the more characters you add in, the more players are satisfied. They get their main back in the game. It's a good thing. It makes the game harder. But doesn't necessarily mean it's more trash though. It could put people off because it's like, there's too much to learn. But I don't think that will happen. I think other things will put people off of Tekken 8. I can imagine where you add loads of characters in the game with the heat system as it currently is, or you increase the heat system whilst adding more characters in the game, and everyone's just like, I've had enough. I'm not dealing with Jinpachi and heat. I can see that happening. But I don't think adding more characters automatically means the game is going to be worse. I don't think that at all.
Garbage, knees getting taken out by random tech. Before Tekken 6, you had characters like the Bears, Rogers, Alex, Gon. You had all of these wacky characters. From Tekken 6 onwards, excluding Tag Tournament 2, the roster has one, been small, and two, there's been a lot of characters who are missing and are seeming like they're never going to return. Tag 2 is the only game to ever have a roster of like 60 plus characters. And after that game's 59. Failure, you start to hear things like the game is too complicated, too complex, too much to learn, too much lab, too much of this. And ever since then, no matter how far back you go, ever since Tag 2, Michael Murray has consistently said no one wants a game with that many characters in it.
Well, I mean, if you remove the clone characters, then it would have had less characters than Tekken 7. If it's got 59 characters and you remove, if it's got 59 and you remove 15, it has less than Tekken 7. How many characters did Tekken 6 have? Let's have a look. Tekken 6 had 41. Okay. So that wouldn't be that different from, because the Tekken Tag 2 would have 44. Right? Tekken 5, I imagine Tekken 5 it starts to get a bit smaller when you go further back. 32. Yeah, so Tekken 6 and Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 7, it's not going to be that different. I really don't think that's the issue here.
And the reason why is because it's simply too much. And as a result of that, you end up losing a lot of characters because you have to focus on the fan favorites. We don't have to agree on everything. I don't want you guys to like agree with me. Like, yeah, you're right, Moonsalt. Like, you know, I want honest opinions. You know what I mean? So I appreciate the honesty. Even if, you know, we start calling each other scrubs and it get a little ugly, I appreciate it, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to call him a scrub for it. It's his opinion, but I just completely disagree with the assessments made there. Yeah, it's just, I think there's so many other factors that you could bring up with regards to Tag 2. It's a victim of its time, poor marketing, really strong competition, tail end of the console that it was on, you know, dwindling player base, 3D games probably not being positively received at the time. I mean, if you look at Tekken, when did Tekken 6 come out on consoles? Tekken 6 console release date was 2009. And then Tekken 6 sold how much? $3.5 million copies, right? Which is, you know, not Tekken 5. You know, there was clearly a bit of a disconnect there. So maybe Tekken Tag 2 suffered from a little bit of fatigue that people had from Tekken 6 as well. You know, people brought in Lars and Allison. A lot of Tekken players were like, don't know if I like this very much. I mean, I know I certainly didn't like Rage. I didn't like seeing Alice, so I didn't mind Lars too much. And then Tekken Tag 2 comes out 3 years later, which is relatively quick turnaround time for a Tekken game to release, because Tekken 5 came out when? Tekken 5 came out 2004. So quite some time before that, 5 years. So maybe there was a bit of fatigue there. So you got poor marketing, potential fatigue. Tekken 6 didn't do insanely well, 3.4 million. Victim of its time, potentially. Console maybe drying out slowly, you know, coming towards the end of the PS3. Fierce competition from Call of Duty, maybe The Last of Us. People not being, you know, too into 3D fighters at the time, because 3D fighters went for a bit of a dark phase at one point. And then the competitive scene not really supporting the game very much. No streams, no social media. Yeah, like, I mean, there were, but it wasn't great. But Tekken Tag 2, make no mistake about it, Tekken Tag 2 is a fantastic game. And I really hope they re-release it. I really, really do. Yeah, 2D fighters back then, they were the king. They were dominating everything. Street Fighter 4 lit a fire under everyone's ass, and no one could escape Street Fighter 4 for a very, very long time. So there were loads of things. I think if a Tekken Tag 3 comes out and 3D games are doing, the thing is, if you release Tekken Tag 3 and Tekken 8 hasn't done well, then Tekken Tag 3 probably won't. But if Tekken Tag 2 really does do as well as they're saying, and then we get Virtua Fighter, people are like, oh, 3D fighting games are back. Let's say we get a 3D Mortal Kombat game. Let's say it's sick. Okay, I know it's unlikely, but let's say it's really good. Suddenly the conversation changes. Let's assume that this is in the distant future where GTA 6 is still not dominating the conversation. Because anyone that's releasing their game around GTA 6 is going to get deep fried. I don't care who you are. And I'm not even a massive GTA fan. I can appreciate it, but let's just be honest here. No one's going to touch GTA. There's a couple of factors here. Roster size is nonsense. I'm calling nonsense. I don't think that's the case. I'll put this up as a separate YouTube video, like I did with the Max. So I think we covered enough here to put up a video for tomorrow, so people can watch this in their own time, because the people that are watching the live stream would have seen this. That's the arcade. Yeah, that's an actual Street Fighter arcade back there. If you rewrite history and release Tag 2 in 2017 or 2024 or between those years with the same factors that we've had for exposure, Tag 2, I have no doubt in my mind that it would have done well. I think it would have done better if it was released at a different time. I do. I think better marketing, different release schedule, all of those things do factor into a game doing well. They really do. There's been some amazing games that have gone completely under the radar or been completely overshadowed by other games. It's not an indictment of the game. Like, it's not to say the game is shit or anything, because it's not. So yeah, a bit of an L take from I was going to say Demon Slayer, Moonsault Slayer. Don't agree with that take at all. And I would actually say that maybe Tekken 8 would benefit from a team battle mode, not tag mode, team battle. And I think people will be fine with dealing with two characters. Yeah, it won't be as crazy. Okami, yes, Okami is a fantastic example, Tim. Thank you. Okami is a fantastic game. The reason people didn't really go mad for it when it was re-announced at the Game Awards, because I think a lot of people were like, what's Okami? Because it came out at a bit of a turbulent time for Capcom, I think. It's one of those classics that just went under the radar, but make no mistake, Okami is an insanely good game. I'm not going to call into question Moonsault's skill level, because I really think that is irrelevant. I would call into question his playtime and his how active he was on Tekken at the time. I would call that into question, because those were some questionable takes. We don't need a tag free right now. No, I agree. We don't need tag free right now, but I think a team battle would be nice. Team battle mode, survival mode, those modes, I think they should come back to Tekken 8. Yeah, Beautiful Joe is another one. I think Onimusha did well. I don't think Onimusha suffered. It's coming back anyway, so big W. We got to watch the area. Okay, yeah. Do you know what? To round off the stream, because it's coming up to 11, I've got work tomorrow. We'll watch the Aries clips. Let me... Aries Tag 2 Rage. Does it come up? Yeah, it comes up immediately. Now, there's two clips. It's called Protect Your Ears. Let me warn you guys. I am warning you. Protect your ears when you're watching this. I've got headphones in. It's going to blow my eardrums up. Based Monster, man. I used to watch this channel all the time. Let's get that up. This is legendary stuff. This is some of the funniest shit I've ever seen.
All right, composure. Yeah. Composure. Ah! Jimmy, oh, who does that? Who does it? Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, shit. All right, it's cool, no problem. Oh, good, I got this.
That is a Sakura Shoyu.
Oh, watch this. He's not going to duck. I got to figure it out.
And
Step on him, and then he's weakening the leg, and now he's ducking. Look at that. It's so easy. Don't ever do that, you dumb motherfucker! Don't do that! That's a big fucking mistake, player! Step on this dumb motherfucker! Yeah, I know you like that! I know you like that! Don't do that! Don't ever fly in the air like that! That is a huge error! Oh, I'm just gonna jab like that? No need to calculate anything. Big fucking mistake doing that. I don't need a combo. I don't even give a shit about that. There's a delay there. Step on it. I'm just gonna step on this guy all day. Hey, let me see those shoes. Check those shoes out, player. Return those. I hope you save the receipt. Save the receipt! Oh, fuck, I can push that. Oh, you don't like that shirt. Don't even do that! That's a big mistake! Come on, amigo! Come on! Give me that leg! Give me that leg, you dumb motherfucker! I'm I'm taking a cigarette break. I hate this game online. Ugh! Playing this game online is so bad for your health. I can feel it in my neck. I can feel it in my neck. Oh my God. Right in my neck where the clavicle connects to the duodenum. Oh my God. That's where the pain is. I'm taking a cigarette break.
It's that legendary video. Wait, let me get the next one up. There's one more that you guys need to see. So Eris is one of the funniest content creators I've ever seen. Such a shame he doesn't do commentary anymore because he doesn't like flying. Because he was also one of my favorite commentators.
Oh my God, this guy's going straight to hell. Look at this shit. What is this?
See, this is what I was talking about.
You're a sack of shit. Fuck this guy. You want to mess around, gay porn? All right, here we go.
The lag,
Can't get too
awful.
pissed. You gotta just be like, whatever. It's just online. No need to get pissed, Eris. It's just online.
They used to show your win-loss records, man.
It's funny because I don't even get pissed offline. It's only online that pisses me off. Oh my goodness. Oh my God! Oh, fucking didn't even jump!
Can't get hit by lasers, man.
Why is that fucking hitting at the same row? I don't know why I keep trying that. Unbelievable! Jesus Christ. I have a terrible headache. Piece of shit. You know what? All these great people in Ireland are drowning, and Running Black is running around not drowning. You know, this is what I'm talking about. Why is Running Black not drowning? All these great people in Ireland, probably fucking normal Tekken players, drowning. Running Black, not drowning. Zero water in his lungs. That is a serious problem. This needs to be fixed. We need to get water in his lungs immediately.
Jesus Christ.
I could beat this guy, even with one bar. Wow.
Oh, this is Tekken Revolution.
Oh, God! What the fuck? Oh,
Look how
God.
bad the online used to be, man. People are like, go back, Mike, bro. I mean, I know this is Tekken Revolution, but this is how Tag 2 was as well.
Come on, dude, you son of a bitch! Oh my God. Oh! No! Oh! 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 Whew. Okay, okay. Here we go. Oh, fuck.
Could have damaged because you could boost your character.
Oh God! Oh no! Fuck! Generating. Generating. Number 11. Okay. Number 11.
Dude, people thought I was lying when I said you can't go back and play these games. I hear what Max is saying, but you can't go back and play these games. I know some of you are talking about emulation. I haven't looked into that. But is anyone even playing anymore? Is anyone to play with? I went back to Soul Calibur 5. There was no one there. Barren wasteland.
It's Spaghetti Rip. Oh, shit. Please tell me you live close. Spaghetti Rip, you won the arcade stick. Please tell me you live close. For Christ's sake. Wait. UK, son of a bitch. Did I say Spaghetti Rip? I misspoke. What I meant to say was I hate Rip. And the winner is number... no, I'm just kidding. You won. Fuck! The UK... That's going to be really expensive. Son of a bitch. All right, I'm having a cigarette. Congratulations, amigo. I'm going to send it just like this. They're just going to put a fucking sticker on the end of it and charge me $80. So you got to remember, you got to cover the rest of it. I'll cover up to $25. I'll pay for 25.
Shout out to him for honoring it.
All right, plan. Thanks for following. Everyone else, thanks for following. I got another one to give away still. I got a ton of other shit to give away. So, you know, hang in there. Oh, yes.
Oh, this is Moonlit Wilderness, man. Great stage.
I fucking hate lasers, dude. Fuck. I'm taking a cigarette break.
I don't know how he was getting hit by lasers, but there we are. Right, guys. Well, we've done 5 hours. It's been a really fun live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed Tom Brady being here and giving you some insight on like content creation journey and being a fighting game player. Hope you guys enjoyed the stories and the reactions. I'll separate that moonsault part into a separate video, and that will be on the channel tomorrow. I guess I will catch you guys. I think I'm doing a live stream tomorrow. So if you want to watch a martial arts film with me, I'll be streaming that. I'm going to stream that on just YouTube and X because I don't think Twitch would appreciate that. So it'll just be on YouTube and X. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. All of you, make sure you stay safe. Thank you for the donations. And have a good night. Peace.